Good afternoon. Welcome to the closed session portion of the City Council meeting. I'm calling this meeting to order. The time is now 5:30 p.m. Madam Clerk, can we get a roll call?
Councilmember Hernandez.
Here.
Councilmember Perez.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Lopez.
Here.
Mayor McQueen LaJean.
Here.
Let the record reflect that Councilmember Goma is absent.
We will now hear public comments. Are there any public comments?
No public comments for closed session.
Great, thank you. Madam City Attorney, please read the closed session into the record, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. For tonight's closed session, we have 3 items on the agenda. Each one is conference with labor negotiators, and that is being brought to you under Government Code Section 54957.6. The specifics of the representatives and the employee associations are as set forth on the agenda. And to the extent there's any action taken that is reportable at the conclusion of this meeting, I will report out.
Great, thank you. Do we have any members of council that have a conflict of interest to disclose regarding the closed session items?
Yes, I have a conflict of interest with item A due to potential spousal income. So I
Great.
will excuse myself.
Thank you. All right, if there's nothing else, we'll now recess into closed session. The time is now 5:32. Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the City Council regular meeting. I'm calling this meeting to order. The time is now 6:33. Please stand and join me for the flag salute. Ready, begin. Madam Clerk, please take roll.
Councilmember Hernandez.
Here.
Councilmember Perez.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Lopez.
Here.
Mayor McQueen LaShawn.
Here.
And let the record reflect that Councilmember Gama is absent.
Thank you. We'll now have the inspiration from Councilmember Hernandez.
Thank you, Mayor. This inspirational message is for our residents, for all of you sitting out in the audience, our city council and staff. Fellow council members, staff, and the dedicated residents of Port Hueneme who join us at these meetings. In every corner of our treasured city, from the sweeping sands to our bustling neighborhoods, the spirit of Port Hueneme shines. Together, we have built a community rooted in collaboration, heart, and resilience, a place where every voice matters and every effort, no matter how small, helps shape our future. Your presence here tonight is a powerful reminder of the spirit that makes our city unique. By showing up, raising your voices, and participating in these important discussions, you help shape the future of Port Hueneme. Your engagement is the heartbeat of our democracy and the foundation of our community progress. We recognize that at times, controversy, budget restraints, and present-day uncertainty can test our resolve. In recent times, we have also seen how immigration raids cast a shadow of fear and uncertainty over our families, reminding us of the urgent need for compassion, understanding, and unity as we strive to keep our whole community strong. In these moments, let us stand together with compassion and courage. Our strength lies in our unity and our unwavering commitment to respect and dignity for every resident. When we support one another and celebrate our diversity, Port Hueneme becomes the beacon of hope and resilience. Economic development, safety, sustainability, and inclusion are not just council priorities. They are shared goals that require all of us to work together. Every question you ask and every idea you share moves us forward. Together, we can create a city that reflects our highest hopes and values. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Councilmember Hernandez. We'll now move on to Madam City Attorney. Please provide a closed session report.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. There is no reportable action for this evening's closed session. I also need to report that from the July 21, 2025 closed session meeting, which went to after the general meeting, went to wee hours of the morning, there was no reportable action.
Great, thank you. We're now going to move to your public comments. So these are public comments not on the agenda, and so you'll have 3 minutes. Madam Clerk, do we have any public comments?
Yes, we have several public comments. First, we'll start with Lamont Hayes, followed by Donnie Aiken.
Good evening to the distinguished panel, Madam Mayor, and Councilwoman Misty Perez, Laura Hernandez, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem Jesse Lopez, God bless, and my friend C.B. Gama in his absence, to the distinguished members of our community, thank you. I'm here because I want to represent the Ventura County Resource Center. We started it 3 years ago to help the community, and one of the things that we did was reach out to those who are in need. For the last couple of years, we've been housing those who are sick and those who are homeless. A lot of veterans that were homeless, we were able to find shelter for them. Over the last couple of weeks, we have increased that number because of a lot of things that's happening in our government and our community. So in the city of Oxnard, Port Hueneme, we've gotten calls from the city as well as the county for housing and assistance. On September 13th, at the Boys and Girls Club of Port Hueneme and Greater Oxnard and Port Hueneme, Boys and Girls Club, 1900 West 5th Street in the city of Oxnard, we will be hosting our annual Resource Day. It is the Clean Energy Initiative also, so a lot of the clean energy, low emission vehicles, and staff will be there to talk about the things that we need for our community. So we've reached out to a lot of the dignitaries and politicians and those who are influential in our community to find ways that we can better clean our community. With that, we do have several other resources that will be there on hand. We have a stage with a lot of entertainment as well as food. So all the children that gets there, we have lunches from Habit, we have lunches from Lazy Dog, we have a lot of things that a lot of the children will enjoy. We have a crane that the kids will be able to practice being longshoremen at the event. So this event is for the community. The one thing we want to do is encourage our community, Port Hueneme, to come over and see that there is resources for all of us. The other part of us, we have two divisions, Helping Hands, and we do have the NAVPort. NAVPort is also a navigational port that helps others that are having issues with navigating through governmental issues with housing, unemployment, the domestic issues, work. So that's part of our website. The website is vcresourcecenter.org. Look at the videos, look at the response, look at the reviews, and we're here for you in the community. If you're a senior, if you're disabled, Donnie Aiken's going to talk to you about that as well. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Port Hueneme, Mayor and City Council members. How are you guys this evening? Hope everyone is well. I am Director Donnie Aiken. I am coming to everyone today because we want to introduce a new program into the community. This new program is called Helping Hands. What we are trying to do is connect senior citizens and disabled individuals with volunteers who would like to share their time by helping out with medication pickup, to just sitting and to have a friendly conversation. We will try our best to supply whatever is needed, but in order to do that, we need help from within the community. We need donations. Now, in order to fund this program or get it off the ground, what we did is start a sort of moving service. So a lot of the seniors in the county have been trying to move their storages, downgrade their storages because of the price increases. What we started to raise donations is I've been taking a team and talking to some of the storage units, and we go out and we move those storages for the senior citizens, and they can donate to the Resource Center. It's not a charge. They donate what they can. They donate what they think the work is worth, and if they don't have any funds to donate or whatever, then the person who donated previous to them just took care of them. This is a very great program. I've had a lot of input about it throughout the community. We just really need some help to get it off the ground. We've been doing what we can and helping out. We've helped about 5 to 10 senior citizens and disabled individuals in the community, from moving out of their house to a new place, to moving storages, or to just going to their house and sitting with them and helping them with things they need to do around the house. So this is a great program, I think, for Ventura County, and we are hoping to do great things here. Thank you very much for your time tonight, and God bless.
Thank you.
See, Becky Bruning, and then followed by Johnny Garcia Vasquez and Sarah Wilczewski.
Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, council, staff, and audience. I'm here representing Real Guppy Outdoors. Last month, Kevin and I took 7 teenagers to Florida. And believe it or not, they amazed us. They did exactly what we expected out of them without having to tell them. And they made a lot of contact with prospective sponsors. And we are very proud of them. As a matter of fact, one of them just became a staff member. So we're really proud of these kids. Sunday is our family fish day out at Hueneme Pier from 8 to 11:30. You don't need to furnish anything. We furnish everything, and it's free. So bring your kids out and enjoy.
Thank you.
Johnny Garcia Vasquez.
Good evening, Port Hueneme Mayor, council members, city staff, and residents. My name is Johnny Garcia Vasquez. I am an educator in special education and a 4.0 doctoral candidate. My resume consists of formerly serving California as a 2-term student aid commissioner appointed by former Governor Jerry Brown and was confirmed on bipartisan support by the California State Senate. I have also worked for two Ventura County, California state legislators that have or are currently representing the city of Port Hueneme within their legislative districts. I am a Port Hueneme resident who lives at Madera Park Apartments on Madera Circle that are managed by Gardner Management Limited. Since last year, I have been a target and victim of ongoing landlord, property management staff, and other tenant harassment and retaliation that has led for me to report hate speech, hate incidents, and harassment to the local Port Hueneme Police Department and other state government agencies and departments. Under California tenant rights laws, a landlord, agent, staff member, or even a family member of the landlord should not harass or retaliate against any tenants. After a tenant has asserted their California tenant rights to complain to a government agency, such as the local code enforcement here in Port Hueneme, that has the legal government authority to follow up on behalf of the tenant's concerns so that the landlord and property management staff can address uninhabitable living conditions such as mold, mildew, termites, and fire hazards, just to name a few. Yet, here in the friendly city by the sea of Port Hueneme, California, reside what Webster's dictionary defines as slumlords, who care more about making a profit over the basic human public health and safety of your constituents. That includes single parents, children, the elderly, and hardworking tax-paying residents. Therefore, tonight, I ask you, council members, to request the city manager and staff to explore and agendaize a future anti-landlord harassment ordinance topic at a future meeting for city council to adopt. That strengthens current state statute and law and reflects the similar local tenant protections of the anti-landlord harassment ordinance of the city of Los Angeles. Thank you. I yield the remaining of my time.
Thank you.
Sarah.
Thank you.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and council members. Our community is hurting. As an unpaid volunteer with 805 and DocuFund, I see the pain and fear our families, friends, and neighbors are experiencing every day. One of the things I do in my role as a volunteer is I sit outside the ICE office at 321 Cortez Circle in Camarillo, where we document the comings and goings of their raid vehicles and provide support to community members there for appointments or to get information about their detained family members. The other day, when I was explaining my presence there to a gentleman, I pointed out where I was parked and told him if he needed anything, that's where I would be. He responded, I could use a lawyer. This is one of the most common questions I get asked when I introduce myself to people there. Are you a lawyer? The community has been rallying support for those impacted. They are opening food collection sites in businesses, organizing rides for those too scared to leave their houses alone, and putting on events to help start the school year. But we can only do so much without the support of our local leaders. With your support, we can help get these people lawyers. We urge you to support Supervisor Lopez's proposal to the Board of Supervisors on August 26th. File an amicus brief in support of the plaintiff in Vasquez Perdomo v. No. Host a Know Your Rights workshop, similar to the one hosted in Moore Park by their city council, and include local businesses in it. And put these requests on the agenda for the next meeting. And also support the local Boys and Girls Club. Thank you.
Thank you.
Joan Tharp, Luis Mendez, and then Mitchell Disney.
Oh, stop it. Good grief. Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem, City Council, and staff. My name is Joan Tharp, and I'm here tonight representing Surfrider Foundation, Ventura County, to update you on our Port Hueneme programs. First, thank you for having us at the Beach Festival. Our volunteers had great conversations about our mission to protect the oceans, the world's oceans, waves, and beaches for the enjoyment of all. In Port Hueneme, we now have 31 cigarette butt recycling cans from the beach promenade through Bubbling Springs Greenway into Bubbling Springs Park. Since 2016, our volunteers have collected and recycled nearly 1 million butts across Ventura County. While our beach cleanups focus mostly on Ormond Beach and wetlands, we had 2 cleanups of Bubbling Springs Creek this year. One in May at Bubbling Springs Park, where 50 volunteers picked up 270 pounds of trash. That was shortly after the park reopened. And one along the creek at Miranda Park in Lot F. For this one, we had 16 volunteers pick up 106 pounds of trash, a lot of it bread bags from feeding the ducks, and smaller pieces of plastic. With a lot of help from city staff, we've launched the Coastal Dune Restoration Project at the east end of the beach park. So far, we've had 3 events with 103 volunteers. People like pulling out invasive plants, I guess. Installed 150 feet of sand fencing and added informational signage. At upcoming events on September 6th and October 4th, we'll expand the fencing, remove more invasive plants, and prep for native plant seeding in November, which will be right before the rains. Hopefully we have rains. A million thanks to Rick Cervantes and his crew for providing dumpsters for the plant material we removed. They do an awesome job. I feel like I'm always giving a shout out to Public Works, but I mean it because they're awesome. More information on these 3 programs and all of our work can be found at ventura.surfrider.org. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Good evening, council members, staff, and residents here. My name is Luis Mendez. I'm actually here as a resident, not as part of any particular organization. And I just wanted to briefly speak on the immigration issues that were going on recently. For 4 to 5 hours, I think I watched the last week's Ventura County supervisors meeting, where our local supervisor was promoting an immigration policy. I want to, in those 4 hours, I didn't see really many members of the city of Port Hueneme or our leaders speaking. You know, I don't know if there was any written comments, but you know, I've lived here for 40 years. I've ran for city council before, and I've gone door to door in our communities. There's a lot of immigrants that live in Hueneme. We may not have fields here, but going there, seeing families living together, I can see why they're afraid to go out in public. I have relatives that are teachers in schools, and they've definitely seen the impact of attendance from students going to school because of their fear. Personally, being an organization, we raised money when those raids happened in Camarillo to provide food and even money to the Farmers Coalition or whatever that, Friends of Farmers organization. But my ask here to you guys is to please consider supporting that immigration initiative to show our local community that we are here to support them. I've had relatives that are immigrants, and it'd be really nice to see you guys support them as well. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor McQueen Lejeune, council members, staff. My name is Mitch Disney. I serve as president of the Pacific Collection Homeowners Association and as chair of the safety committee of the Hueneme HOA Coalition. I want to take a moment tonight to publicly thank and acknowledge the excellent work of Port Hueneme Police Officer Zach Frum, City Manager James Vega, and Police Chief Michael Federico. They collaborated closely with the property owner at the Mandalay Village Marketplace Shopping Center, the Ralph Center, and their private security team there to address ongoing problems that were directly affecting our community. As a result of their efforts, we have seen significant improvements. Loitering and late night noise in the alley behind the shopping center, adjacent to Pacific Collection have been reduced, and the persistent panhandling and day camping at the Wheelhouse Avenue entrance have finally come to an end. On behalf of our residents, I want to express our sincere appreciation for their leadership, the quality of their responsiveness, and commitment to community safety. These changes have made a real difference in our community and in our neighborhood. We hope that these efforts will continue to produce successful results. And finally, thank you to the council for supporting these partnerships and continuing to prioritize community safety for the residents of the city of Port Hueneme.
Thank you.
We have Stephen Auclair, followed by Zach Boliva, and then Greg Ross.
Good evening, Council, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, City Council. Like some of the speakers before me shared, we're experiencing a humanitarian disaster in Greater Oxnard and in Ventura County. Over 1,000 people have been impacted by immigration raids here locally, 360 taken in one day alone. Food lines stretch around the corners just 1 block outside of city limits. Children are missing their parents. Rental evictions will begin shortly for those who aren't able to pay their rental dues. All this is happening without any action formally by the city council to even discuss what's happening. Other municipalities all around us have taken an action. They have worked collaboratively, worked with other council members. The mayors have been in conversation with each other. And I think we are uniquely positioned to enter into that conversation. I know we're 8 months in and been absent from most of those spaces, but I think this city should be in those spaces. And I think the council majority supports being in those positions. So I urge you, council majority, to support that, to show up in those spaces. Find where the city can have a voice. The council minority has made their opinions known. Just look in their social media. They call them activists. They say that this is Supervisor Lopez's proposal, the most concrete proposal to help our immigrant community. They call bankrolling activism. Could not be further from the truth. So what do you do when you hear misinformation? You correct the record. That's on the council majority to do that. What's the truth? The proposal by Supervisor Lopez expands the public defender's office to represent those who do not have a means to afford an attorney. That is the core function of county government. That is the function of the public defender's office. It supports migrant education that's so vital to our community, where the council minority calls it activism. Council members Misty Perez and Steve Gama call it activism. We know what it really is. It's supporting the community. So that's why I'm looking to you, council majority, take action. To the council minority, I hope you get informed. I hope you stop spreading misinformation. Just look to their social media pages. It's all over there. Anti-immigrant, anti-immigration resources. So council majority, please request an item be placed on the agenda to talk about, if nothing else, what your neighbors are doing to come up to speed. Because I don't want this city left behind, and right now it is left behind. Earlier you heard about rental eviction and rental rights, another area in which this city has been left behind. I hope you request the anti-harassment ordinance be brought forward in the city. Take a look at the city of Oxnard and make it look and fit for the city of Port Hueneme. Lots to be learned from our neighbors. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Zach Boliva.
Excuse me, I don't appreciate being called out. I haven't made my opinion stated whatsoever on social media.
Councilmember Hernandez.
So thank you.
Perez, we don't respond to comments. Can we get back on track, please?
Good evening, Madam Mayor and members of the council. For those that don't know me, my name is Zach Boliva. I'm the Public Information Officer at the Port of Hueneme. Before I continue to my other remarks, I'm so pleased to see many members of law enforcement here tonight. More important than anything else that I'm going to say, I want to thank all of them for their response when we had an armed intruder unfortunately enter the port recently. They responded very quickly. Officer Harbin and some of the others were there within seconds and did a lot to keep us safe. We're greatly appreciative of that. and really shows, I think, what good partnerships can do. I hope that we continue to strengthen our partnership with the city, with law enforcement, and with others around. But a sincere thank you to each of you and those who aren't in attendance tonight. In a recent meeting, there were questions and comments regarding the rail crossing at Channel Islands Boulevard in Patterson, during which some concerns were raised that the train activity sometimes blocks the road and could impede law enforcement response times. I wanted to correct the record and ensure there's awareness that there is indeed a special dedicated task force that communicates regularly via group chat regarding the train activity. The port was able to ensure that all relevant parties that need to be in this chat message were involved, and we were able to connect the GM of the railroad and the police department to ensure that communication stays open. The arm was originally hit by a driver experiencing a medical emergency. Repairs are ongoing, and during this work, flaggers are on site at impacted crossings, which does result in a 3-minute delay, but we understand the task force has identified alternate routes and is not concerned about delays. Secondly, we are aware that there have been questions in city council meetings about how the public can weigh in on port activities. The contracts between the city and the port were crafted with some foresight regarding this. If volumes go up at the port, as many of you know, another EIR, an environmental impact report, is required to supplement the one already completed. After methodical and intentional growth, we have reached that threshold, and thus the port is embarking on a supplemental EIR. It is out to bid, and we will administer the report in full compliance with CEQA, the California Environmental Quality Act, and we hope and intend for this to be an open and transparent process, during which there will be a time for the public to make comments. Lastly, I would like to take this opportunity to address why the joint City-Port Washington, D.C. trip was rescheduled. The trip was not intended just for the port, but also for the benefit of the city and with important support from the county. Unfortunately, more time than was on hand would have been required to write and produce the white papers and other content so that the city and port items could be presented in the best light and reach the most ideal outcomes. We hope to discuss a new timeline for the trip at the next Port City meeting. Thank you for the time.
Thank you.
Frida Anderson, you'll be after Mr. Ross.
Hello, Port Hueneme. Mayor Pro Tem, distinguished city council members, and City Manager Vega. I'm a long-time resident of Ventura County since 1970. Before you, I hope you have this little sheet about the trucks from the port. I'm noticing there's a lot of work on the roads, on Hueneme Road, probably in South Ventura County, not really Port Hueneme, but nevertheless, 80+% of the trucks on the road in Port Hueneme belong to the port. Okay, so they're the ones that are chewing up our roads. I'm wondering who's paying for this. I don't really know the answer to this, but who's paying for this new road construction? Maybe that's a question I have to ask tomorrow in Ventura County Supervisor meeting. Nevertheless, the port they've got accountability to offer for these trucks. All right, so I'm gonna get off that for a minute. I have to echo the statements of a couple other speakers about the city and its responsiveness, particularly the police chief and his group. Chief Frederico, they've been very responsive. And I know there's a survey about parking for the city. Guess what? In the last week, I did not have to call one time to say there's a trucker on our city streets. First time for 1 week. The week before, I had to call a couple of times, at least. But thank you to the city, to the police department for taking care of our city like they do. And I hope that it continues, because this police department is responsive to what we need. And I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you.
So my name is Frida Anderson, and I am a new addition to the Ventura County Resource Center. you've heard who they are thus far. It's in place to help people in need. They've covered everything from using their division Helping Hands, delivering mothers with Pampers and whatever the need might be for the most needy. But my division is a little different. It's called Navport. And as the name denotes, it's designed to help regular individuals navigate through complex systems. Every single branch of government. Say an elderly person is having a problem getting their money back from a commercial establishment, or they've been scammed online, or they're having problems escalating an insurance issue. It's not legal services per se, but however, we are aligning ourselves and creating a database of attorneys that when the issue gets to that level, so I'm not ever accused of practicing law without a license, we're able to partner and pass those cases over to an attorney, to a qualified attorney in that particular industry. But bottom line is, these days everything is AI and it's electronic, and folks 70, 75, 80 years old, we're used to seeing people face to face and handling it face to face. All the online, so this division is designed to help people, and it's not based on race, gender, age, income. You could be a wealthy person and a 75-year-old wealthy person who's having trouble navigating through an insurance system, and need to get protected from being scammed and taken, or someone that's facing the question of a reverse mortgage. How many people get scammed with that kind of thing? So that's what Navport is. Any of those kinds of problems that would come before a person, we want to embrace those and help people, helping the homeless. But again, it's not based, you don't have to be poor to get the help. You just have to need that kind of help. So I hope that shares, and I hope you'll share the word. You'll spread the word about it. We want to do our best. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
And then Mayor McQueen-Lejeune, we just have 3 written comments, so I'll just go ahead and read those real quick. The first one is from Blanca Ortega. Mayor, council members, thank you for the opportunity to comment. I want to acknowledge that Councilmember Laura Hernandez was the only Port Hueneme official who showed up at last week's Ventura County Board of Supervisors meeting to support Agenda Item 69. That meeting drew hundreds of residents and hours of testimony, and no final vote was taken that day, meaning the board now has a second opportunity to act. Please add Port Hueneme's voice and support before the item returns. And then they have a link to KCLU and News, Channel 3 through 12, why this matters to Port Hueneme residents, who we are. Our city has about 21,700 residents. Roughly 1 in 4 Port Hueneme neighbors are foreign-born. Median household income is about $76,700, and roughly 11% of residents live below the poverty line. These are the families who would be most directly impacted by Agenda 69's legal help and education support. And they have a link to Census Reporter. What Agenda Item 69 does per public reports: creates a county immigration legal defense fund, adds 7 positions to the public defender for immigrant defense, and supports migrant education outreach and sets county protocols for responding to federal enforcement actions. Estimated investment, $3.4 million countywide. A smart public safety policy: when people have lawyers, they show up for court. Nationally, immigrants with counsel appear for hearings 97% of the time. That builds order and due process rather than chaos. Trust-based approaches also improve crime reporting and cooperation, which helps every officer do their job and keeps all residents safer. There's a link to the Vera Institute of Justice Police for Melissa J.A.O. Jacome. Smart financial policy: universal representation programs like New York's have increased successful legal outcomes from about 4% to a projected 48%. Keeping wage earners with their families, stabilizing local businesses, and avoiding costly downstream disruptions. Independent fiscal analysis find that right to counsel investments yield net public benefits by preserving tax revenue and reducing turnover and social and service costs. My ask today: please place an item on your next agenda to send a formal city letter urging the Board of Supervisors to vote yes on Agenda Item 69. Direct staff and 2 council members to deliver live or written testimony to the board in support. And 3, share the county's Know Your Rights and legal aid information through city channels so residents know where to turn when federal activity affects their families. Councilmember Hernandez modeled what leadership looks like. The board now has a second chance to do right by Ventura County, and Port Hueneme can help them get there. Please act. The next comment is from Jeffrey Scarberry. I was disappointed to learn that one of our council members is currently suing our chief of police. In fact, that council member should have been sued herself a couple of years ago when she accused a CAC member by name from the dais of challenging flying the pride flag at City Hall, which was totally false. She should have been reported and sanctioned for repeated Brown Act violations when she announced the results of items on the agenda before any discussion, deliberation, or public comments took place. She is often rude and condescending towards residents, speaking during public comment as she rolls her eyes, makes faces, or scrolls on her phone. On many occasions, she has been rude to her colleagues on the dais and has tried to undermine their effectiveness behind the scenes in violation of council policy. She has been rude to our city manager and other staff members when her micromanaging attempts have been unsuccessful. She has made some tone-deaf, insensitive remarks directed at groups of people within our community while trying to serve her own patronizing self-interest. It seems apparent that serving the best interests of Port Hueneme is not this council member's highest priority, as it should be. As long as she is on the council creating drama, there will be good people in the community avoiding it. The next comment is from Kim Paikunka. Good evening, Mayor and council members. Residents near Surfside Drive, Ventura, and the Surfside Seafood Lot are facing nightly speeding, donuts, and late-night loitering after the lot closes at 10 p.m. Police respond, but the activity simply shifts and returns. We respectfully request preventative measures such as closing the lot after hours with a barrier and adding speed bumps to restore safety and peace in our neighborhood. We want to be part of the solution and help create a safe, welcoming neighborhood. We respectfully ask for your support and action on this issue. Thank you. That concludes public comment for general.
Great. City Manager.
Staff will respond to that last comment about the parking lots. We'll respond directly to the resident and see what can be done. But I just wanted to take a moment. I know we have a lot of speakers. I think the council knows this, but maybe for the benefit of the speakers is there's a lot of requests for future agenda items. And so the council has a portion of the agenda at the end of the meeting to talk about whether to add future agenda items, but they can't talk about it now because it's not on the agenda for now. So just to give everybody an expectation that although the council can't respond or get into a debate, they can consider future agenda items at the end of the meeting. So thank you.
Great, thank you. We're going to move on to the agenda approval. May I have a motion and a second to approve the agenda?
Move to approve.
Second.
Great. Madam Clerk, roll call.
All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Hearing none, motion passes unanimously.
Great, thank you. Do any members of the council have a conflict of interest to disclose for any item on the agenda? If not, we'll move on to our presentations. For the first presentation, I'd like to welcome our Human Resource Risk Manager, Frank Lee, to the podium. This is a quarterly employee recognition, and step in when you need to, City Manager.
Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, City Council, citizens of Port Hueneme. My name is Frank Lee, HR Risk Manager. Each quarter, when we look back, we try to recognize employees who had significant milestones with the city. And looking back in the quarter, we had Lynette Adams, who's currently a public safety dispatcher, who hit 25 years of service, which is pretty significant. And given that, we wanted to see if she was able to make today's council meeting, and unfortunately she was not. So on her behalf, Chief Federico will be talking about her tenure at the city.
Good evening, everyone. I think the last time you remember that Lynette Adams, your public safety dispatcher, was in front of you, she was receiving the Dispatcher of the Year this year, earlier. And unfortunately, she can't make it this night. Why is that? She's been super busy lately and flying out to see, if you recalled, she was talking about, excited that she had a grandbaby on the way and the grandbaby is here. So she's had some very busy days. In the information questionnaire for the employees, Lynette was asked, what do you like best about working for the city of Port Hueneme? And she said, I began my career with Port Hueneme Police Department at the age of 19. During my time here, I have made lifelong friends with coworkers and other employees throughout the city. The family-like environment I work in is also a plus. She was asked, what is your favorite work moment thus far in your career in the city? And she said, my son Brandon sharing the law enforcement experience with me and becoming a police explorer at the age of 14. That is the new dad, and she's super proud of not only her son, we're all proud of Brandon, who is an active Marine, and he and his wife just welcomed their first child, which Lynette is super excited. Lynette's become valuable in our comm center. She not only helps with training all of our new folks, she's a very tenured trainer, but everything from policy and environment and stepping up whenever we need an extra body there. So your city staff is filled with great people like this, and Lynette is just one that has made it these 25 years and made the city and the department a much better place. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Chief, we do have a certificate of recognition for her, but it needs to be signed by Councilmember Gama, so we'll hold on to it.
You got it. Thank you.
Thank you. And I think you can come on back, the introduction of the Senior Officer Anthony Martinez and Reserve Officer Angel Ortiz.
Okay, I'm getting my steps in after dinner. Counts. It's part of our wellness program. So first, we're going to talk about Senior Officer promotion for Anthony Martinez. Most know him as your first motor officer in years that came back. So just to remind everybody what our senior officer position is, it's the first rank, first step in the role of leadership for a sworn officer. They are your two-stripe officers. And they are chosen and selected, they test. It's a very serious testing process, very involved, just as it would be for sergeant. And they are chosen based on their work experience, job knowledge, and leadership abilities. Your senior officers act in the role of an acting sergeant in the absence of a sergeant. They're your FTOs training new people, and they handle projects. These are the folks that are your beat coordinators that you reach out to when you have a specific problem in your neighborhood. So that's why the role is very important, because it's going to be the future leadership of the department. So with that, during this testing process, Anthony Martinez was selected and promoted. Anthony graduated from the Rio Hondo Police Academy and began his career with the Montebello Police Department. I love that we steal people from departments all the time, because it's a friendly city by the sea, but we have a beach and so many other great amenities, but the city and the department have a great reputation. So during his 4 years here, Anthony's been recognized not once, but twice as the MAD Award, the DUI Arrest Award recipient twice. He served in multiple specialized roles, including Advanced Traffic Collision Investigator, your Motor Traffic Officer. More recently, he's taken on the role of an Explorer Advisor, and we've sent him to the last two Explorer Academies as Explorer TAC staff in the Academy. So kids as young as 14 have to look up to that mustache when he's walking the ranks and trying to teach them to be disciplined and better young people. So he's been a great TAC staff, and we get great comments back from the Explorers after the academies. They really appreciate and look up to him. And he's been a field training officer, because what is the important role of the future of the department is having good trainers to train our folks the right way. Anthony's especially grateful for the continued support of his family, his son TJ, who I can hear over my shoulder back there, Julie Martinez, and his younger brother, Steven Martinez, who serves as a firefighter in San Diego. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you Senior Police Officer Anthony Martinez.
Well, thank you all for this opportunity, Chief, Commander, for allowing me to be a supervisor for the department. All my support from my officers in the back there, they've all helped me through my career. My field training officers, Lopez Sr., Sergeant Lopez Jr., and Sergeant Hamrick, they've all gave me the tools to have the success to be able to promote. My traffic team, Sergeant Bates, Henry Montalongo, they've all been great role models for me and taken me into that traffic team and gave me the knowledge that I'm applying today in the field for the traffic safety. Also, Council, Mayor, for giving me the opportunity to be a motor and keep the streets safe. Also, a very special thanks to Julie for her support through hard times and everything through the department. I don't know if you know this, but she's a U.S. Navy veteran. And when it came to the academy, she taught me how to shine my boots, how to march. So it was, they said you're going to the academy in 2 weeks, and I had to learn it real quick. So I'm always thankful for her and her support, and obviously for our son. So thank you all for this opportunity, and I'm looking forward to being a supervisor and providing.
Great, great. Do we have any comments?
So I have it on good authority that you are a great example of just hard work, dedication, and just good old-fashioned police work. And I want to thank you for your dedication to the city of Port Hueneme. I also heard that before you even became the motor officer, when you heard that the position was opening, you went out and got your bike license without even having ridden a motorcycle before. And you passed it like right away. So thank you for your dedication in that. The community members love you. I hear it all the time about the motor officer that they see. They love seeing you out there and your great visibility. And your peers love you and you're well respected in the department. So thank you for your continued dedication and be safe out there.
Thank you.
Officer Martinez, it's been a joy watching you grow up and move up in this department. I remember when you first got hired. I remember being in dispatch where you were expecting your firstborn and in meeting your wife. It's just been a pleasure watching you promote up the ranks, and congratulations. We're happy to have you here.
Thank you.
Congratulations on your promotion. Seeing you driving up and down Ventura Boulevard, I always know it's you. It's, I can see the stash. But thank you for keeping our city safe, and it was well deserved.
Thanks so much.
Yes, and I'll just say ditto. Just congratulations on your promotion. I will say, it's not driving, it's riding.
Yeah.
Riding down. And so I also just want to say, I think what we have what's a great thing that we have in the city of Port Hueneme is that our police officers are approachable and that you can tell that they care. And so I just really appreciate just your personality when it comes to meeting people in this city and our community. And so just congratulations, and to your wife, thank you for your service and your service to your husband and getting those boots clean. But just thank you very much for all that you do.
Thank you.
Thank you. You want a photo? Photo? Yeah, come on.
Come on, TJ.
Did you want to go down?
Your wife want to come down?
Yeah, go down.
One, two, three.
Okay, we're going to move to our third presentation. This is a Hueneme Beach Festival recap.
Mayor, there's a
Oh, I'm
two-part-
sorry. There's another person. My apologies.
We've been busy.
My apologies.
We're multiplying like rabbits over in the police
Yes.
department. So it's, we've also added I can't really say new reserve officer. I got to say he's new to the reserve officer position, but this is going to be for Reserve Officer Angel Ortiz. So, reminder on our reserve officers, I started out as one, Rick Perez, a lot of people that did entire careers in law enforcement and careers here, we started out as reserve officers when we were very young, volunteering our time prior to becoming a full-time police officer. And that's what Angel has done. He is, he's budget neutral, right? It's one of my favorite words because he volunteers his time until that day he becomes a full-time officer. Angel Ortiz is 21 years old. He was born in Oxnard and raised in the Oxnard-Port Hueneme area, and he attended Santa Clara High School, and he participated in boxing. Before starting his law enforcement career as a reserve officer, he was an explorer for us for 7 years. He grew up here, so he was a natural fit to step into the next role. And why that was? Because he had an opportunity last year to attend the Reserve Police Academy with the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department. Although he was one of the youngest members of his class, he performed very well. When I was down there speaking to the staff, they really praised his abilities and maturity for being somebody so young. He successfully completed the academy and began his journey as a reserve police officer here at Hueneme PD. He's currently attending Oxnard College and majoring in communications. He wants to further his career by becoming a full-time officer here at Port Hueneme PD. Outside of law enforcement and school, he is an assistant coach for the Oxnard Panthers youth football. And he likes spending time with his younger brother and family. Ladies and gentlemen, Reserve Police Officer Angel Ortiz.
So first, I want to thank Chief. So thank you for giving me this opportunity, Chief. Thank you so much. Next, I want to thank my family and my girlfriend. Thank you for being a good support system to me. It means a lot to me. And those kids right there, deal with them at least 5 to 6 times a week. I want to say thank you for coming. It means the world to me. Thank you, Coach Hugo. Thank you. My partners, thank you. I want to give a special thanks to Officer Magana and where's he at? Officer Tario. Those are my FTO officers. Outside of law enforcement and in law enforcement, I want to thank them because they taught me what it's like to be a very good officer. So I want to thank them personally. Thank you, guys. Thank you.
Well, thank you. We're going to have some comments, but I've been waiting this whole time for the connection of the football team. So thank you for making the connection.
I'm wondering what agenda item is going to bring the football team into it.
I was looking.
So the one thing I just remember about you, and every time I see you, is that bright smile. You are always smiling. You have so much joy that comes from you. And I remember seeing you, because my daughter is an explorer, so I remember seeing you at all the events, and you just, your life is on your face, and you just enjoy whatever it is you're doing. And I want to thank you for choosing Hueneme, because you could have went anywhere. You could have went to Oxnard. You could have went to the bigger agencies. So you chose Hueneme, so I appreciate you for that, because we always need great cops and being trained by our finest. So thank you, and I want to wish you well and be safe out there, because it's not easy being an officer. And you're starting here. You're going to learn from the best that we have. Before you make that change into a full-time officer, you're going to learn everything you need to know, and then you're going to be the greatest once you start. And so I wish you well. So thank you.
Thank you.
Congratulations, Angel. It's so, I looked at you, I said, that guy used to be an explorer. Yeah, thank you so much for choosing Port Hueneme to be the place where you're going to move up. I think that's the only place for you to go is up through the ranks, you know, from reserve to full-time officer. Congratulations and keep up the good work.
Thank you.
Congratulations. I mean, 7 years as an explorer, now as a reserve police officer. It talks your perseverance, you know, sticking it through, seeing the course, and that's you, right? And I could see why you have a big support system in the back, and people love you. So keep up the good work, and keep our city safe, and keep yourself safe as well, okay? We look forward to seeing you around the city.
Thank you.
Yes. Yeah, and I'll just say, I'm so glad having you, for you to pick us. I think that's great, and I just look forward to seeing how you're going to progress in the police department, and I hope it continues to be the Port Hueneme Police Department. So looking forward to seeing you on the street. All right, great. Thank you. Let's get a photo. Yeah, family, come on up.
One, two, three.
And can we just take just one more? If we can have the kids come up. Yes. Come on over here. Come on that side, yeah.
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 Oh.
Panthers.
Panthers.
1, 2, 3. I'm gonna. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Angel.
Let's bring them all up to City Hall.
Great. Now we're going to move to our third presentation, which is the Hueneme Beach Festival recap and presentation of poster award winners. Can we get, here he comes, Police Support Service Manager Frank Montalongo.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and council members. So I'm going to give you guys a quick brief update from this year's Beach Festival and the presentation for our poster contest winners. So I just included some.
You can just wait.
Okay, perfect. So I included just some general photographs of the event from this year, where this will be the second year city staff and the police explorers have taken over the festival, and we're building upon it from last year. So on the first slide, you'll see we have photo of Banda La Venenosa that performed on Sunday. You have the photo on the lower corner, left-hand corner, with the Red Hot Cholo Peppers, which was a big hit with the community, I believe, and then just a general banner for the festival. On top, you'll see an aerial photo of the layout of the festival area, where we, again, like last year, instead of having canopies enclosing the festival. We changed it more to an open field concept for the festival, with the umbrellas opening up the grassy knoll area as well for the patrons. On the bottom is just another aerial photo of when the community was doing the line dancing when the band was playing, and then there's another photo of another musician. One of the big things we wanted for the festival was to include the community or community programs. So on top, you have the Danza from Mary Star of the Sea. They came out and performed Saturday morning. On the bottom right-hand corner, we had Hueneme High School. Originally, we had 3 high schools that were going to come, but because it was summertime and conflicts with their instructors, Hueneme was the only one that was able to come out to make it out to the festival. And then we have a photo of the presentation, I believe, to the Reach, and I think it's Annabolo when we presented the Heroes Award to her. One of the other things we wanted to incorporate that we did this year first was incorporating the Copacabana, which was a huge success in collaboration with our festival. So here you have photographs of the youth playing on the beach. Fun fact, lower hand corner is actually my son and his team playing there that weekend, so they were out there. They enjoyed it. A lot of the participants from there, once the festival opened, came over, had lunch, got a bite to eat, listened to the music, and then we're going back to the tournament because it ended until 5 o'clock in the afternoon. And feedback and talking to the coordinator from Copacabana, they were really happy. They didn't hear any complaints. One of the bigger concerns was the parking situation because of the festival and the soccer tournament, but he had no complaints. We had the port parking that the port provided as well with the shuttling, and it worked out for both events. Going back to the summary and the CAC feedback from last year, so we, again, building off of it, one of the things that they wanted engagement of nonprofits and the community groups. So this year when we came back, again, the high school band, we included 5 additional nonprofit informational booths, increased use of the beach. Again, we did the Copacabana soccer. We wanted to do the beach wrestling, but like we mentioned, it got put on hold because we had the youth wrestlers wrestling at the national championships in Fargo, so they weren't able to make out the event this year. The CSC wanted us to avoid conflicts with the Pride events, VC Fair, other VC activities. So again, this year we moved it to July 12th and 13th, which seemed to work out. It was right before the Hueneme Beach Festival and right after the Camarillo Days. I mean, it was before the Ventura County Fair and right after the Camarillo Days. So we were like the largest regional event in that area during the festival. Youth involvement, community focus, and sports activities. Again, Copacabana, high school marching bands, all the police explorers were there. Our police explorers were there, Oxnard Police Department, and the Santa Paula Police Explorers came out and helped out for this event this year. We also had the Danza from Mary Star of the Sea. Our regional draw to maximize attendance. So this year, again, we went with the local radio stations, Spanish and English stations. We did mailers into all the water bills for the entire city of Hueneme this year. And then something new we tried was, with the help of our Public Works Department, we incorporated citywide banners. So we're hoping to build off of that next year with more signage, getting it out sooner, so just we get the traffic as people are coming through the city for the event. They wanted us to include resources serving the community, such as Ventura County agencies. So again, this year we had the Ventura County Children and Family Services were out here, Ventura County Health Cannabis Education. We had the Ventura County Mobile Library, Surfrider Foundation, the Clean Power Alliance, and the Liberty Military Housing Authority was out here as well to engage our community and our military families in our city. And then increase of event sponsorships. We actually, this year, due to the economic climate, we actually had a loss in sponsorships. We had about $50,000 in loss of sponsors that didn't return because of what was going on with the economy. So, but we continued on. And so just a brief overview of the finances. So total expenses, and when I say total expenses, this is talking about the cost of the stage, the musicians, the restrooms, the HAL permits, the rentals of the tables and chairs with the band. So total came out to $104,220.99. The city contributed $35,000. In sponsors, we ended up with a $40,915. Some of that didn't directly come to the city. For example, Viper Security and Skunk Masters, that's their parent company. They went ahead and Skunk Masters made the donation and paid the $20,000 directly to Viper Security for the event this year. Then on the event carnival, donation, the revenue from the carnival that was given to the city was $14,000. Vendor fees collected was another $18,000. So surplus deficit based off of those fees, we ended up with a surplus this year of $3,798, given the fact that we lost so much in sponsorships from last year. That's just a quick overview of the finances. Now, one thing we still had left to do from the Beach Festival was the winner of our poster contest. So Lujan Transportation, once again, was a sponsor for this event. All the posters here of all the submittals are here in the council chambers. They'll stay on here for the next couple months. So our first winner was an elementary school winner from 4th grade from Sunkist Elementary. And I don't believe he's here. Just correct, Joe. Joe's not in the audience, correct? So Joe was unable to make it today, but we will get in contact with him and get him his prize, which Lujan Transport donated $350 to each of the winners to use for school supplies or whatever they need for the school year. So this is Joe's poster, which is actually behind you guys as well. Our second elementary school winner was a 4th grader as well from Mar Vista, and that is going to be Juan Manuel Diaz. If he is here, if he could come up. And we actually have his photo here framed, but also to mention, our junior high winner is actually his sister from Ocean View Junior High, and that is Aurelia Diaz. Please come up. So we actually have siblings who won this year. So again, if these will be their, and then we have one check for both you guys. You give it to your mom. So these were our winners for the 2, and then we call up. Stay up here, we get a photo. And then our high school winner, and is she here in the audience? Stephanie, you here? There, come on up. So here we have Stephanie from Hueneme High School, 12th grader, was our winner for the high school. Councilmember, I don't know if we want to get a photo with them really quick before we can. Perfect.
Ready? 1, 2, 3. Yours are good.
So once again, thank you to everybody that participated in the poster contest.
Can I say something?
I want to give one more thank you to our sponsors for this year's event. Again, Skunk Masters Clean Power Alliance, Kona, Big Wave, Viper. The Port Hueneme POA actually sponsored the Danza and the high school marching band, Lujan Transportation, Darvik Productions, Hyatt Vacation Club, Cantillo Brothers. All the sponsors on here will be on our website up until next year's Hueneme Beach Festival when we replace them with the new sponsors. So the one thing we do have for the recommendations for next year going forward, and we'll be coming back, is staff is recommending that we have the festival again next year in July. I know we've had it in August, September, and July. From what we've seen is we think July works best because it's before the Ventura County Fair. So the dates would be the 11th and 12th. And one of the big things too is it works out with the carnival rides as well because they do have their pre-booking. So it falls in line in the availability of what they have for the festival. Any questions?
Can we do this really quick? Any comments to the winners?
Congratulations. I can't believe you're so young. You have such great talent. Keep it up. I hope you go into art.
Yes, thank you very, very much for the great art that you submitted. I wanted to ask Rich Rollins, who's our president of REACH, to note that these are potential designs for our utility boxes, that we might be able to use them again.
I just had that very conversation.
All right, great minds think alike. Yeah. So, thank you so much. Congratulations.
Yeah, congratulations. I actually saw the artwork on the banners, and it was just really good work. And brother and sister combo, and then the high school, those are awesome. So really appreciate your guys' efforts on on this, and congratulations. I can see why you guys won. Thanks.
Yeah. Yes, I could say it, but I'd say the same thing. Great job. We had were these always right here, these pictures? Did they get moved after they won?
No, they've been there since the
These
beginning.
have been here, and those have been the ones that we have looked at. And we were talking about how wonderful that they were. And so they're all right here together. So thank you so much. The art is beautiful. And so I'm glad that you all took the time to participate in the contest so that we have the ability to sit in a room like we are today, and we have been for over a month, looking at this beautiful art. So thank you so much. Back over to you. Something else?
Just if you guys had any questions, reference the festival.
I don't have any questions. I just want to thank you for all the work that you've put in. I know over the this is the second year, right? Second year that, the festival has been brought back in-house and have been hopefully something that you will continue with. You've just done a great job. You've done a great job. And so just appreciate your work and your commitment to the city first, right? To the city to actually take it on for us. And then your commitment for the second year. You've just done a great job. So thank you for that.
Thank you.
And your team.
Yes, I was going to say,
And
I
your
couldn't have
team.
done it without the help of
Yes.
our committee, which is Henry Montalongo, Veronica Montalongo, Michelle Gutierrez, who am I missing? Jose Coyote, Anaí Carter,
Yes.
and public, all the departments. It was a
Yes.
city collaboration as a whole, so we couldn't have done it without everybody from all city staff.
Great. Thank you. Appreciate that.
I
Anyone?
do have a comment and a question. My first question is, I know it's been really difficult over the years, and they've tried to do it to gauge how many people actually attend. Were you able to get an idea?
So we didn't. Was something me and the city manager were discussing. We had to look at staffing, getting somebody to sit there to accurately count every day. Two items where you could, I guess you could say, where you can maybe get a count of whether, like, if there's an increase of attendance is we have two revenue sources: carnival rides and beer sales. So in carnival rides, in comparison from last year to this year, we were up 40%.
Oh.
Pre-sales were last year were only about $3,000. This year we had close to $9,000 in pre-sales to the carnival rides. So it being 40% increase, it would lead to believe that we had more attendance or more activity in the carnival ride area. As for the beer sales, we had a 30% increase from last year.
Wow.
Last year was about $30,000 in beer sales. This year was around $43,000. So that as well was an increase. So those are the two items that we really have where we could measure of whether we had more attendance or people were spending more. But in talking to our vendors as well, because most of them were all returning from last year, they said they did a lot better this year. That they were a lot busier, especially on the Saturday when we had Copacabana. It was a busier thing, and they sold out of food because they had to get replenishments for the following day for it.
Okay, well, that's good to know. My comment is, thank you. I knew when this started and when this was in concept, this was a huge undertaking that you weren't even sure if it was something you were going to be able to do. It was short notice, but you pulled it off, and you guys do such a great job, and so thank you for undertaking this. And like Mayor says, we appreciate everything that you do.
I want to echo that too. Thank you for juggling everything that you have to do outside of preparing the Hueneme Beach Festival. I know that you work really hard over there in the department, and you have a lot of other responsibilities. So thank you for the good work, you and your team. And I had one question: is this the first year that we've had drone shots of the festival?
No, it's not. We've actually had, I believe, Prior Reach might have had drone shots in the past. So this was actually taken by our drone unit with our Matrice drone off to the side, which has a really high zoom capacity.
Yeah, it's great. Those are great shots. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Mayor, can I say one thing? So for the audience, just to note, Mr. Montalongo is also a full-time employee at the police department. He handles our evidence, and now he is the supervisor for the non-sworn.
Correct.
And he also supervises our explorers and runs that program as well. So he has a lot of things he does. So he did a great job with this, in addition to everything else he does.
Thank you.
Well coordinated. You can tell a lot of people were having fun. The venues were good. Red Hot Cholo Peppers were a hit. I thought Sunday the Vandal probably wouldn't have went well under circumstances we're in, but it was well attended. Overall, super impressed. My only question is, like, when in the planning stage, do we give the port an opportunity to, maybe put more effort in collaborating?
I can speak to that. I think I know you and I had talked about maybe some opportunities for the port to maybe sponsor like specific items. So that's something that we can go back and talk to the port about this year and see if there's that interest in partnering on those.
If there's any
items.
interest.
Yeah.
Correct, yeah. For example, last year, the port actually sponsored the banners that were placed on the side of the festival. The port sponsored those, and they actually sponsored the wrestling tournament. They made the purchase for all the medals for the tournament, and we actually have enough for a couple years of medals going forward that the port purchased.
Okay. And then lastly, the heroes. I guess my only comment is during the heroes presentation, doing it so early in the morning, there's not a lot of attendance.
Correct.
Maybe kind of moving that little out.
Correct, yeah,
to
and we
one
and
of
the city manager has spoken about
talked about
that,
that, yeah.
potentially moving it to the afternoon for it.
Other than that, it was fun. I think our residents had a good time. So thank you for your staff for everything you guys did. So I appreciate that.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Is there anything else?
All right, nope, that's it.
There
Thank
go.
you.
All right, thank you so much. Okay, we're going to move on to the consent calendar, and which will be enacted in one motion unless a council member has a request to remove an item for discussion. Before you all jump in, I do have a couple of items I'd like to pull. I'd like to pull item number 7 and item number 14. I just have a question, unless you want me to just ask the question.
Let's pull 'em. Yeah,
Let's go ahead and pull them. We'll pull number 7 and number 14. Anyone else have anything to pull?
I had 14 as well.
14, okay.
Anybody else?
Okay, anyone else? Okay, is there a motion and a second to approve the other items?
So move to approve all items aside from number 7 and 14.
Is there a second?
Second.
Great, thank you. Madam Clerk?
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Hearing none, motion passes unanimously.
Okay. Item number 7, I just had one question. So in our report and in the resolution, it speaks of, items that are sold in the smoke shops. The question is, do we know if they're being sold anywhere else?
Oh, that's a good question.
I don't have that information, but perhaps Officer Frum has that information.
Come on out. Hello, hello.
I'm sorry, was the question whether it's being sold?
Yeah,
somewhere
so
else?
there's a reference in our reports to smoke shops and in the actual resolution, but the question is, are they being sold anywhere else?
Not that I'm aware of. I know it's sold potentially in small quantities in like Ralph's for legitimate purposes.
Okay.
In regards to whipped cream chargers and things like that.
Okay,
Starbucks has them for legitimate purposes, but not for sales to the community. So,
got it. And the question was only because if we do a resolution based on just the smoke shops and we find out they're somewhere else, then we have to come back and
Correct.
do it again. So, got it. Okay, so that's the only question I have. If there are no other questions, is there a motion and a second to approve item number 7?
So move.
Second.
Madam Clerk?
All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Hearing none, motion passes unanimously.
Great. We'll move to item number 14, and that is, thank you so much. We'll move to item 14, and that's the authorization of pre-purchase of the 7,000-gallon fiberglass double-walled and dual-compartment fuel tank, and fixtures, accessories. What's your question? You have a question? Go
I
ahead.
did. So this is just the cost of the tank. But what's the real cost of the dig out, the put back, the total replacement?
We're currently in the process of getting the RFP together to go that. We're working with a consultant now that is in charge of helping us get all the permitting that's necessary prior to doing that. So then we'll be going out to bid for the removal, and then to help with that process speeding up, because there's a long lead time in the ordering of the tank. That's why we're coming to council to get authorization to do that first, because we're trying to minimize the downtime from removal of tank to receiving of the new one, because during that time, we're gonna have to buy fuel off-site, which will increase our costs for having our fleet fueled. So we're also working in conjunction with County RMA right now. So they're seeing if we may have the ability to also leave the tank out of service, drained, empty, disconnected, but leave it in the ground. Otherwise, we may have to dig it out, remove it, bury it back all up again, then redig a hole that we just did a few months beforehand. So I'm waiting for word back from the RMA to see.
So
if
do you
we're
have
able to do that.
just a best guess estimate on what it's gonna cost?
We have no idea. Right now, we do know that a lot of agencies are in the same predicament of having to get single-walled tanks out of the ground. Sometimes the demand might drive that price too. So we have, I believe, $455,000 budgeted for this. So speaking with our consultant, we're fairly confident that we're going to be able to get this all done with that amount of money that's already been budgeted.
My only, I guess, I had spoke to the city manager. I did have concerns with, whenever we got to bury a tank, eventually has to come up, and it's always easier for leakage purposes to have an above ground tank. One, you can constantly keep your eye on, the condition of the tank, right? And there is no burial of the tank, and eventually it's going to have to come out of this fiberglass tank has a shelf life.
It does.
And it's going to have to come back out at another big cost. So I was just, I know storage space is you got to have space for it. But was it thought of? And was it considered, rather than just going with the status quo of, let's go with the tank that's going to be buried?
Yeah, obviously, we have the ability to go with an AST, above ground storage tank. Our biggest concern is space. If we went with a tank that the size that we're presuming to put underground, above ground, our current footprint is 5 feet wide by 20 feet long. If we went with an above ground tank, it would increase to the width of it by 3 to 4 feet long or wider, and about 4 to 5 feet longer. And that's just for the tank itself. Then the standards for putting in an above ground tank also has to involve some above ground secondary containment, and then it has to be protected all the way around with bollards so nobody hits it and damages the tanks. So we would lose even more space. Looking at where our layout is, if accounting for all of that, we probably would have lost the ability to park right in front of our building. Besides, I've also checked with our designated operator, who's the person that comes and does our monthly inspections and does our annual inspections when the county is present. I asked for his advice on what he felt about using an above-ground storage tank, and he said there are some advantages to it, but he said what you don't have is space, and that's what you need. He said you'll be doing yourself a disservice if you try and do that. Additionally, he let me know that we'd be going through a different permitting process. With this, we have the permit in place already. It will be new equipment, but it won't be a whole new application process that we'll have to go through. And some additional plans if we went above ground that we'd have to do that we don't currently do because it's run through a different agency, not the RMA, if we go above ground. And then he said that because of our location, we'd probably have to get a special anchoring system to account for if we ever had flood or tsunami stuff, and it would be something that would be required to be put in there. So if we had an event like that, it wouldn't float. So we did look at it, and then we also, one other additional thing, he did say an above ground tank would require a cover over the island whereas the underground tank doesn't, and a structural cover over that is gonna be rather expensive as well. So we considered it, but replacing what we have, especially with our space, lack of space, we felt this was the best way to go.
Got it. Thanks.
Great, thank you. And that was my question, additional cost, so you answered that. What is the life of the tank?
They say anywhere from 35 to 40 years on the fiberglass tanks.
Okay, great, thank you. Those are all my questions. If there is no other question, is there a motion and a second for number 14?
Move to approve?
Second?
Madam Clerk?
All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Hearing none, motion passes unanimously.
Great, thank you. Okay, we're going to move on to item number 16, the introduction of an ordinance to amend Chapter 7 of Article 3 of the Port Hueneme Municipal Code for the purpose of adding smoke restrictions, including a smoking prohibition within multi-unit residential properties. Madam Clerk, do you have the proof of publication as required by law and complete files of reports and exhibits?
Yes, Madam Mayor.
Great. Will staff please present the report?
Good evening, Mayor, City Council, members of the public. As you indicated in the introduction, item 17 is a public hearing to introduce an ordinance to amend Chapter 7 of Article 3 of the Port Hueneme Municipal Code. The amendment would amend the city's existing smoking ordinance, most notably by adding a smoking prohibition within multi-unit residences. At the November 20th, 2023 meeting, Council heard numerous public speakers who articulated concerns about the negative impacts of secondhand smoke, and specifically addressed concerns about the impacts to those living in multi-unit housing. These speakers requested that Council consider taking action to create a multi-unit smoking policy. Council requested the item be agendized for discussion at a future meeting, and staff subsequently returned with information about the city's smoking ordinance and a summary of Moore Park's multi-unit housing smoking ordinance. Staff also provided information about potential outreach efforts to gauge community feedback. Pursuant to council direction, property owners and managers were surveyed, and the results were presented to the City Council in July of last year. Council requested some additional research, and at a subsequent meeting, staff returned with additional information and a list of potential changes to the city's smoking ordinance. Council voted unanimously to direct staff to prepare an ordinance that would prohibit smoking in multi-unit residential properties. At its meeting on October 21st, 2024, it gave that direction and included the directive to consider and incorporate questions and comments that were posed by the City Council at that time. Those include the city's approach to the enforcement of the ordinance. And with regard to that, consistent with the approach of the other cities that were researched, the city's role with regard to enforcement is proposed to be limited in terms of education. If the city receives a complaint related to smoking in multi-unit residences, information about the potential violation would be forwarded to the alleged violator and the person legally responsible for the unit. Property managers and owners will be responsible for taking action to investigate and enforce the ordinance. The next item that was discussed was the city's obligation to enforce the ordinance. And during that October meeting, the city attorney noted that the city has multiple government immunities, and the lack of enforcement would not likely generate liability for the city. We also discussed ventilation systems specific to units. And in follow-up to that discussion about the effectiveness of such units, staff communicated with the Public Health Law Center, which is an organization devoted to developing and defending laws that promote health and well-being. The center determined that such systems do not effectively prevent the dangers of secondhand smoke, and noted that research from the CDC and Non-Smokers' Rights Foundation support that finding. As such, the proposed ordinance does not suggest an exemption for such units. There was also discussion about the application of the ordinance to rented and owner-occupied units. So council discussion included an inquiry about whether or not the ordinance would apply in one or both of those situations. Staff indicated that it was proposed that it would apply to all units regardless of rented or owned status, which is the case with many other municipal ordinances. The ordinance definition as proposed includes language makes it clear that it includes both owner-occupied and rented units. And then lastly, there was a discussion about the definition of multi-unit residences. And during that discussion, there was a question about its applicability to townhomes. And as such, the definition that is proposed tonight includes the word townhome to clarify that such residences are included. So to ensure public awareness and provide a timeline for landlords and property managers to take action that is required by the ordinance, it is recommended that the prohibition have an effective date of October 1st, 2026. In addition to using city social media channels and the newsletter, outreach efforts would include direct communications to the city's homeowners associations, Ventura County Coastal Association of Realtors, and registered owners of multi-unit residential buildings in Port Hueneme. The primary purpose of the proposed amendment to the city's smoking ordinances is to prohibit smoking within multi-unit housing, including both individual units and common areas, in order to better protect residents from health risks of secondhand smoke. However, the proposed amendment also includes updates that create a more comprehensive and modern smoking ordinance. Collectively, the proposed changes are expected to improve the grade currently assigned to the city of Port Hueneme by the American Lung Association in its State of Tobacco Control Report. The proposed ordinance amendment adds and modifies various definitions and creates new regulations within multi-unit residences. I wanted to highlight two of the definitions, the first being the multi-unit residence definition. It's defined as a residential property containing two or more units, whether owner-occupied or rented, including but not limited to apartment buildings, condominium complexes, townhomes, senior and assisted living facilities, group homes, and long-term care facilities. The following types of housing are specifically excluded from the definition: single-family homes, detached or attached dwelling units on property zoned for single-family use, and hotels and motels. And the second definition that I wanted to highlight is the term unit, which is defined as any personal dwelling space in a multi-unit residence, and shall include associated exclusive use areas, including but not limited to private balconies, porches, or patios. If adopted, the city's smoking ordinance would prohibit smoking in all units, as well as common areas, of properties within multi-unit residence. It would, however, allow for the designation of smoking areas subject to specific conditions. Regulations would require that property owners and managers install signs, remove smoking amenities, investigate reported violations, issue notices of the ordinance, and incorporate language into leases and sales contracts. The recommendation for the council is to open the public hearing and take testimonial documentary evidence, close the public hearing and consider the evidence, introduce for first reading by title only, waiving further reading of the ordinance entitled An Ordinance of the City Council of the City of Port Hueneme, California, amending Chapter 7 of Article 3 of the Port Hueneme Municipal Code for the purpose of adding smoking restrictions, including a smoking prohibition within multi-unit properties, and take such additional related action as may be desirable.
Thank you, Mr. Peretz, for your presentation, and I guess this was a long time coming since we started discussing this back in 2023. I was curious as to know whether it included cannabis, and I see here it does include cannabis. And while I do not like smoke, nicotine smoke, and around me, and I have problems sometimes with where I live with cigar smoke coming through my windows and nicotine smoke. I don't have any issues with cannabis smoke. It doesn't seem to be a problem, but I'm just wondering if we're shooting ourselves in the foot by not allowing cannabis because of what we've seen a decline in revenue among our cannabis businesses, and it just seems kind of hypocritical that we would allow cannabis in our cities, but we don't allow cannabis to be used in private residences. So that's just my general feeling. My other question is, sorry, I didn't mean to make a comment there. How much outreach did we do to HOAs and to cannabis businesses before putting this report forward? Did we alert them that this was going to be on tonight's agenda? Did we alert HOAs and cannabis businesses that this is going to be discussed tonight?
I did send a notification earlier today. It was only maybe a couple hours before the meeting, but I did send a notification to HOA representatives that we have on file that it's on tonight. We did not notify cannabis businesses that it's on tonight. So that's something that can be done, and either in the future, if this item comes back, or it still needs to be to have a second reading as well. So there's options to do that.
All right, thank you.
Is this time for comments or questions?
Just questions.
Okay, then.
Yeah. You have a question? I do have a couple of questions. So I think this is one of the questions that I asked last time around. I know we used Carpinteria, Ojai, Moore Park for the 3 cities. When we look at the geographical areas, are we is there a comparison between us, being that do they have the HOA, the number of HOAs and townhouses and apartments that we have here? Are they more spread out? Is it apples and apples? Or are we looking at apples and oranges as it relates to the 3 cities that we looked at?
Yeah, I can tell you specifically with Moore Park, they were dissimilar in that they had, I think, a total of 7 apartment complexes. So their situation was a little bit different in terms of the number of multi-unit residential buildings. I'm sure James can fill us in on the comparability with Ojai.
Yeah, well, and I would say Moore Park and Carpinteria, Moore Park doesn't have cannabis, and Carpinteria, I don't believe, has cannabis, last I had heard. So there's another distinction between. But I would just note, and just as a reminder on how we got here, we didn't bring this forward because we looked at Ojai, Moore Park, and Carpinteria.
Right.
I think it was the Future Leaders of America brought it forward and said, these 3 cities have done it, so Port Hueneme should do it. But, I will always be the first to say, just because every city around us doesn't do something doesn't mean it's a great idea or the right idea for us. So we didn't propose that we were similar to those. It was, those were the 3 that were given to us as samples.
Yeah, so I'm just going to say, no, that's a comment. I'll save my comment. Any other questions? Any other questions? Okay. Any public comments?
Yes. First will be Luis Mendez, followed by Stephen Auclair.
Hello, council members again, city manager, residents. I'm here because I spoke on this the last time it was brought up. I kind of feel like this is being put up as a resolution to be passed like the Clean Energy Alliance was before you guys went out to the public and figured out what was going on. So I feel like you guys are doing things backwards. One, this was brought up by a group, FLA, who I was a member of back in '92 when I was in high school, so there's nothing against them, but I've always been a proponent of government telling homeowners what they can and cannot do. I'm a resident here, but I live in the single-family residence, so I'm not affected by this, but at the same time, like Laura said, we sell cannabis in the city. We sell tobacco in the city. How are you gonna tell people that they cannot smoke, either one, in their own home? That's kind of ridiculous, I think. Also, what are the potential effects when it comes to selling or the sale or resale of homes? Because I think you mentioned there's got to be restrictions, in leases. Does that go along with home sales as well? Those are big things. That's sales taxes. You guys get sales revenue as the city as part of the budget. I think, once again, I'm opposed to this resolution. I don't think adults or the government should be telling people what they should do or can or cannot do in their own home when they sell it around the corner or they approve the sale of it. So that's my opinion. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem, City Council. I appreciate and I'm glad that this ordinance has come before you for a first reading. It's really going to help the city of Port Hueneme catch up with its neighbors. I do think the question of cannabis use should be looked at further between now and the second reading. I believe over 40% of the residents in Ventura County, in Port Hueneme, reside in a dwelling that would be covered by this ordinance. Many of those individuals are our working class, our retirees, those on the lower end of our income brackets, middle income families. We're kind of unique in Ventura County in just the sheer amount of multi-dwelling, multi-unit households, residences that are covered by this ordinance, covering the income bracket. I'm concerned that this includes cannabis usage without really a larger conversation around that, because unlike smoking that you can do in public, cannabis is literally only permitted really to be consumed in non-public places. So essentially 40% of the population will not have a location where they can legally consume cannabis. I'm concerned that that's going to disproportionately impact our renters and disproportionately impact those lower in the income bracket and communities of color, possibly putting them at risk with their property management companies to impose fines or whatever other remediations that are included in the ordinance. So that's an unintentional consequence and something that is distinctive between cannabis usage and tobacco usage. So I urge you to look at that between now and the second reading and figure out, are we going to create no space for this 40% of the population to participate in an industry that has been a benefit to this city, and have them risk being penalized under the ordinance because of it, when I believe the core mission is really to reduce harm, and that harm largely comes primarily from tobacco use as well. And can it be, maybe it can be subsidized. Maybe you do tobacco use and have an education campaign around the impact of cannabis smoke exposure as well. Some kind of balance there. Thank you, Council.
Thank you.
We have one written public comment. Dear City Council members, I am the owner of 936 Lighthouse Way in the Surfside 3 complex. I am highly opposed to the pending ordinance that says I cannot do as I wish within the walls of my home, or to tell my renter what they can or cannot do within the walls of their home. This ordinance is a direct attack on our civil liberties. I commend the city of Port Hueneme for being a front runner in the support of the cannabis industry, and yet the city is going to tell me I can't sit and watch TV in my home and smoke a joint. How does that make sense? Also, the Surfside 3 HOA already has designated smoking areas around the complex. There are already strict rules on where smoking is allowed. The occupants cannot smoke anywhere outside or close to the individual units as is. Now the city wants to tell me what I can or cannot do inside my home. This is just too much oversight on the city's part. I love where I live. I pay my taxes without complaint. I support local businesses. Please do not invade my private space. Bill Brayton. And that concludes public comment.
Great, thank you. And I failed to say open public hearing, so we've just had our public comment, so I'll now close the public hearing. And so I'll go back to council. Any comments?
Yes. So I am always for less government intrusion into people's rights, but I wish we would have thought about this, because this was unanimously voted on, even the marijuana thing was brought up. So before staff jumped into this and did all the work on it, I wish we would have had this conversation then, so they would not have put the effort into doing all the work and, you know, us having to backtrack. Because how is this going to look? We're banning smoke in one area and allowing for smoke in another. I mean, can we really do that without causing another issue that's going to be brought up? So I was hoping that this would be an informational thing coming back to us, taking a look at what we can do, what options are out there. Since the last time we did this, we didn't really have a lot to go on as to what the other cities were doing. I wished staff would not have put a lot of work into it. I hate when they waste their time and put effort into something that we're going to backtrack on and possibly go a different way. So I appreciate the work that staff put into this, but yeah.
Thank you. We're going to help with that as we move forward. But I agree. I think we asked that it be put on the agenda without really identifying what we expected of that. But what I will say is, yes, I think it received a unanimous vote. I also will say I believe that was for we wanted to know more, not we were in favor or not. You know what I mean? So any other comments? Do you have any comments?
Yeah, I just wanted to add to my comments that I made earlier. I just had my best friend move in with me about a month ago, and he moved in with me because he was living out of the country, and he was diagnosed with multiple myeloma, which is there's no cure. Marijuana is one of the things that helps with nausea when you go through chemotherapy. It's recommended that patients use marijuana, whether they smoke it or ingest it through tinctures or gummies or whatever. It's there to help them relieve them of the nausea that results from their chemotherapy. And so this is near and dear to my heart, and I just wonder, if I don't even know if I want to say, let's eliminate cannabis from this ordinance and leave cigarette smoke there, because there's still the issue of civil rights and privacy. So I just wanted to make that comment that those are my concerns.
You have any comments?
Yeah, I remember sitting out there on the in the council chambers as a resident, listening to this ordinance. The first public hearing, and I had a kind of hard time grasping this, but thinking about where the support's coming from, property owners of these apartment buildings or they actually want this. And so it helps them, cleaning up their residence when someone vacates, and having to take all the smell out of the apartment buildings. But on the other hand, too, at what point are we taking, civil rights away from people? And the comments are right on. Cannabis is supposed to be consumed at home. There's really no other place for it. So that, we're gonna have to we're gonna have to maneuver that a little bit, is my thought. And I want to know what the public thinks. What do we really want to just ban tobacco use from multi-unit residential areas and just skip cannabis? But again, we're showing preference. This one's going to be it's kind of hard to maneuver on this, and I want the public to weigh in on our next reading. Thank you.
Yeah, so thank you for what you all have said. So I'm having flashbacks of the last conversation, and going back to what I just asked about the percentage of multi-use or multi-family properties versus single-family homes. And I did an exercise today. I don't smoke, so it's not about me having my liberty to do so in my home. But I did an exercise today, so I thought about my community. So I said, okay, if I walk out of my front door, about 15 feet out is the halfway point to my neighbor's residence. So I can't go to my front yard. The back, where most people enter their homes, is at the garage. We have a pathway between houses, so I can't go out there. My garage is about maybe 10 or 12 feet, and my neighbor is on the other side, so I can't go to my alleyway. I can't go out by my jacuzzi, because that's common, and I can't go out to where I go park my car. So literally, I would have to walk down the street, Wheelhouse, or go on Seaside, the outer edges of my complex. And so I struggle, and I would imagine that may be other places too in the city. And so I can't imagine telling, and I hear you about I think your comment about folks cleaning up houses and people moving in. I think that's the renter side, right? I'm talking about when the owners actually live in the house, right? And they have to leave their neighborhoods or their residential area to have a cigarette. That's hard for me to say yes to. And so it's just hard for me to say yes to. And I know people around here pay a lot of money to live in the city of Port Hueneme, by the beach or anywhere else. I don't want to tell you how much houses cost in my area, but I don't know if I can tell someone that just paid $600,000, $700,000, $800,000 that now you can't smoke in your house. You have to go to some other neighborhood. That's just hard for me to think about. So, so that's where that's kind of my thought. So I have no other comments. Anyone else have any comments? If not,
Air filters, HEPA filters are, an option.
Yeah.
And that's what we have throughout, our place right now, just to keep the air clean for medical purposes. But
Yeah,
it's hard. It's really hard. I mean,
any other
this is-
comments?
Yeah.
Okay, this is the first reading by title only, waiving further readings of the ordinance entitled, "An Ordinance of the City Council of the City of Port Hueneme, California, amending Chapter 7 of Article 3 of Port Hueneme Municipal Code for the purpose of adding smoking restrictions, including a smoking prohibition with multi-unit properties, and take such actions related, additional related actions that may be desirable." Anyone have any desirable? City Manager, I see you.
Yeah, I was just gonna note, of course, council doesn't have to introduce the ordinance if not desired at this time. If there's additional information requested, an action can just be asking for additional information and returning to council with that, so.
Yes, is there?
Well, I'd like to recommend that we do further outreach, more outreach to our HOAs and to the cannabis businesses, to the public in general, so that they have an opportunity to weigh in. I think we need more public input.
Okay, can I ask a question? Have we done that? City Manager?
And I'm gonna ask Charles to correct me if I'm right. I think in 2023, we did a survey of property owners and property managers. But
Early
as-
2024, and that survey included outreach to the HOAs.
Early
That was 2024.
Early 2024.
Okay.
And the results of that.
The results of that were presented to council, I believe, in July of 2024.
Which
They're
is
not
where
in this
he's,
report?
which is where he's getting his info that property managers were for it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, at that time, we had received.
Yeah, I think all but one.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay,
All
thank
but
you
one
for
were
reminding me,
supportive.
yeah.
Yeah, and I remember that now, and I remember asking the question, when you say property managers responded, how many property managers or how many residents are we talking about?
We contacted all property managers and owners that are registered with our Community Development Department. I don't remember how many that was in total. The response was, as is usually the response with a survey, was significantly less than the total number of people that we contacted. I think we had about 9 or 10 responses, and all but one were supportive of the ordinance.
Okay. That doesn't sound like enough to me. You're talking about individual people. that we-
Individual people representing either associations or multi-unit buildings, yes.
Okay, so I would even go further than that. What was the authority of those 9 or 10 people? Did they have an action to go and reach out and touch so many, and they responded with the numbers that they collected from their HOA? Or are you talking about the HOA representative? There were 9 or 10 of them that said, yeah, we agree.
The latter, yeah, the
Okay.
representative spoke. We did not prescribe the outreach that they needed to do. We
Mm-hmm.
just asked, based on their understanding of the tenants or residents, whether they already had existing regulations or what their response was about a proposed prohibition.
Okay. I guess the question I'm trying to get to is, was there something that, did the HOA point of contact or representative, did they do a survey of their HOA members and they responded based on some survey numbers that they received? Or we don't know that, we just know that 9 or 10 people said, yeah, we want it.
Correct, the latter.
Okay, so I don't think that's good enough for us to make a decision at this level. Okay, great. Any other comments? And what is the, go ahead.
I would just say that I probably have a good understanding of what property managers and HOAs are going to say, because most of them are probably going to want no smoking in their property, in their homes, because of the wear and tear that smoking puts on walls and such. So I have a good understanding of that. I think it's more of individuals that own their own houses
Yeah.
are the most important part of this. So
Yeah.
how do we reach those people? Which, I mean, most of them are going to say, no, don't tell me what I can do in my property.
Right. Okay, so is there any other action that we would like the staff to move forward with? Any specific actions that we think that we need to know before we want to take a motion and vote on this item? Be specific, though.
I think we need a good understanding of all our multi-unit residents, what their feelings are. Because it's almost like we're not asking them, we're asking the owners of these complexes.
Or the HOA.
Or the
Property
HOAs.
managers.
Right.
So it would be good to get a survey from our community
So then,
Okay.
that are
And-
affected.
I had another question. Do we know what HOAs currently have in place? Do we know that from the surveys, what HOAs have smoking regulations already in place?
Those that responded, we do have that information. That was one of the questions asked on the survey.
And I understand we currently have a smoking ordinance? Do we,
The city currently has a smoking ordinance that does not prohibit smoking in units in multi-unit housing.
okay. Okay. So,
Do we want another survey? Do we want a more in-depth survey? Do we want more public outreach?
yeah, so I think one of the things that we know for sure, that most people don't come in this room and hear us talking about this topic. And, you know, we hear, those that speak the loudest mostly get what they want, because if they don't speak, then we just don't do anything, right? And so I think that I'm with Mayor Pro Tem, is that we have to hear from the people. And even if we don't hear from the people, we have to hear, even if we hear through the HOA needs to give us data based on the people, right? And so I don't think we can decide. And you know what, does anybody know, you may know, what is, and I kind of asked this before, the population of the residents, the properties that we have here. Do we know what I think city manager may have said something, I may have just thought I heard it. What is the percentage, single-family homes versus multi-family?
I do not have that information.
Okay,
Yeah, I think we did report on that at some point recently with another item, and it's significant. We have a larger share of multi-unit housing than probably most of our neighboring cities.
yeah. And so the decision we make is going to impact most of our community. So we have to be really sure. I was looking at a housing type survey results that had Port Hueneme and Skag on it. And this is from 2023 though, so I'm sure we haven't had that much growth and as far as buildings built.
Just ADUs, pretty much.
Yes, single-family detached homes, 32.4%, 32.4%. Single-family attached is 28.6, multifamily, 2 to 4 units, 11.6, multifamily, 5+ units, 27.2%, and a list of motorhomes at 0.1%. But that's a huge part. That's over 60%. That's either attached homes, 2 to 4 units, 5+ units. And so that's a large, I think we have to get some more data before we can make decisions that impact 60% or around there of our community.
Yeah, and I think the last time around, the idea was to focus it on those that would be potentially enforcing the requirements. I think that was the target before, so so we can essentially reuse that survey and just target it towards the individuals who would be impacted and get their feedback. It might be a different opinion, so.
Yeah. Okay, so I hear we want to gather more data in some type of survey. Staff, can you help us to understand what something like that would look like? And then we can go forward based on what options that we have?
Yeah, I think it would be similar to what we've done, just focusing it on the user end or the resident end rather than the property manager end. So, you know, we have a survey we've already prepared. We can utilize that. And the other thing I would say is since 2023, we've really built up our social media and our ways of getting that information out, where I think in prior surveys in 2023, when we first started doing surveys, we'd get maybe a dozen responses or a couple dozen responses. And as we'll hear on the one of the next couple of items, the survey we just did more recently had over 200 responses. So the reach is greater than it used to be as well. So
Yeah.
so that can be done relatively
And I'm just
simply.
talking, so you all could absolutely jump in. The other thing would be, how many respondents do we need to hear from to say this is a good population of people to be able to make a decision? I don't know what that number is.
Yep.
Yeah.
I think we need
So do we need to take a vote or anything about the survey or?
We need to give direction.
Yeah, I would say if the motion would be to proceed with the survey focused on the residents and those impacted, and I think I also heard, in addition to everybody else, but make sure we're hearing from that voice, then that would be an appropriate motion rather than introducing the ordinance.
Great, thank you.
I think we need to, in that survey, also talk about cannabis.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I was just looking at if I may, Mayor, looking at our general plan, the housing element, and we have broken down multifamily units, 2 to 4 units, multifamily units, 5+ units, and then single-family attached. And if you add those up, that's almost 70% of our housing units in Port Hueneme. So
Yeah.
you're right about.
Okay.
Yeah, you were really close.
So move to approve staff to introduce a survey specifically to homeowners of multi-units and
residents.
And residents,
Cannabis.
and include cannabis.
Is there a second?
I second.
Madam Clerk, please take roll.
Councilmember Hernandez.
Yes.
Councilmember Perez.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Lopez.
Yes.
Mayor McQueen-Lejean.
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously with Councilmember Gama absent.
Great. Can we, is everybody okay with taking a 5-minute restroom
need a
break?
break, yeah.
Okay, great. Thank you. We'll be back in 5 minutes.
Got it on video. Oops. Oh.
Okay, we're going to move on to item number 17, short-term rental, community engagement findings and potential regulatory framework. Will staff please present the report?
Yes, thank you. We are looking for the clicker. Thank you. Okay. So we are presenting this item related to short-term rental, community engagement findings and potential regulatory framework. The City Council had considered developing some short-term rental regulations earlier this year, and similar to the last item, the City Council had requested that we do community feedback and a survey and a community forum at City Hall. So we have now done the survey and the community forum. We had, as I mentioned earlier, I think we've grown our reach with our social media and our surveys to get much more responses than we had used to receive. And so we received over 200 responses to our survey. And also at the community forum, we had many attendees. And so we'll talk a little bit about what came out of those meetings. But as a starting point, just as a reminder, when we say the word short-term rental, we're talking about a property rented out for less than 30 consecutive days. It can be a home rented out, an apartment, or an individual room. A lot of people sort of think of Airbnb and VRBO as the almost examples of short-term rentals, but it actually can be those, or it could be booked via other means as well. So it's specifically a property that's rented out for less than 30 days, whether it is on Airbnb and VRBO or not. The City of Port Hueneme does not currently have regulations restricting short-term rentals. As part of the research on this, we looked into how many short-term rentals exist, and we confirmed that there are 14 short-term rentals in the city that are actually paying TOT, transient occupancy tax, or otherwise known as the hotel tax. Those 14 generate hotel tax revenue of about $24,000 to $29,000 annually. But looking at those websites that advertise it, we can estimate that there are many additional short-term rentals. We estimate between 40 and 55 active short-term rentals within city limits. The majority of those short-term rentals are within the California coastal zone, and we'll talk in a minute about why that's important. As a starting point, when we had done some feedback, we tried to talk about some of the things that cities have done or can do, some of the potential regulatory options. The cities can require permitting and licensing for short-term rentals. The cities can limit the amount of short-term rentals based on a percentage or number, and the city can impose application requirements, such as one of the things that came up a lot in our conversations were local contact information, so that the property owners would be responsible for responding to needs that arise in short-term rentals. Cities can also establish fees to cover the administrative and enforcement-related costs of short-term rental programs. Additionally, the cities can mandate that short-term rental operators collect and remit the TOT. Technically, even though we don't have rules right now about short-term rentals, technically, if somebody's operating one, they should be collecting and remitting tax for it. And so that's something that can be done without even an additional ordinance. So some of the key areas that were discussed as part of these conversations, community conversations, were needs for operational standards, such as limiting the maximum number of nights rented per year, imposing parking requirements or noise or quiet hour rules, requiring trash management protocols and mandating signage such as the posting rules for short-term rentals and local contact information in case there are issues related to short-term rentals. Additionally, there's the ability to require health and safety requirements such as fire safety, smoke detectors, fire extinguisher requirements, and require compliance with building and housing codes. And then finally, the city can establish fines for violations such as unauthorized rentals or exceeding occupancy limits as part of a short-term rental compliance program. And then ultimately, if there are continued fines, we can establish a process where the permits would be revoked if a property owner continues to violate these requirements. So those are just generally kind of the framework of what can be done about short-term rentals. With in Port Hueneme, there's a big asterisk, and the asterisk is in the California coastal zone. The California Coastal Commission does have has to review and approve the requirements that we put in place for short-term rentals. So we generally, cities can really make whatever regulations they would want to about short-term rentals, but because a major portion of our city, and including the area where there are short-term rental issues and complaints right now, are within the California coastal zone, we have to have our our regulations approved by the coastal zone, which means they have some oversight over what those conditions can be. And so this slide shows how many communities we have within the coastal zone. It's several of our communities, and also generally where most short-term rentals occur, as a lot of short-term rentals are to come to the beach. So California Coastal Commission, they have a mandate that is to protect and enhance public access to the coast. And so essentially they make sure that all regulations from cities ensure that the public has access to the coast, which is why they do not want cities to just say no short-term rentals near the beach. And so if we were to adopt short-term rental rules, we would then have to submit them to coastal zone as part of a coastal development permit. Generally, we have an idea of what they've approved in other areas and what they have viewed as too strict. And so, and then finally, I think this was one of the reasons why this topic came to the city council early on, is that some of the homeowners associations in our community discovered that per the coastal commission, that they cannot now adopt short-term rental regulations without going through a coastal zone, coastal development permit process, which some of our homeowners associations said was likely going to be too complicated or too difficult for them to go through that process, which is why a big reason why the request came to the city, for the city to consider looking at rules. And so the note there notes that before 1977, if an HOA existed and had short-term rental rules in place, because that predated the Coastal Commission, those rules would stand. But anything after that time or any change now has to go through a coastal development permit process with the Coastal Commission. And then that last note on this slide just says that complete bans on short-term rentals, we have not found one that received commission approval. So the idea of a complete ban either in the city or even in just one HOA is very unlikely to receive commission approval. So the Coastal Commission really tries to support reasonable regulations, but not an outright ban or not too strict regulations. So some of the measures that coastal commissions have supported: limiting the total amount of short-term rentals by like a ratio or by a neighborhood, saying that there will only be 10% of, and 10% is the number that they seem to support, is 10% of units can be short-term rentals, but not more than 10%. They've allowed things like that. They've also supported some regulations on certain types of units not being used as short-term rentals, typically accessory dwelling units, which are not supposed to be used as short-term rentals per state law, and then affordable housing units, which would essentially take the affordable housing units out of the reach for a resident, but it would make it a short-term rental. So that's something they've supported, saying that that is not something that should happen. The Coastal Commission has also capped occupancy and rental durations, or approved cities capping occupancy and rental duration. They've approved requiring the 24-hour management and rapid response, 24-hour contact of management and rapid response. They've approved what we call good neighbor requirements, which are rules that address parking issues, garbage issues, noise issues, and rules requiring operators to pay the hotel tax payment. And they've also approved rules that allow for strong enforcement, such as significant fines for repeated violations. So the Coastal Commission generally approves that's sort of what we refer to when we say reasonable regulation. They just don't allow outright bans or rules that are intended to stop people from being able to come visit coastal communities. So we did our community engagement as part of this process. We had an online survey that resulted in 203 survey responses. We also had the community forum that resulted in several attendees here at City Hall on June 25th, 2025. As part of those, I would say that they were consistent for the most part, and that we heard about those key concerns, the good neighbor requirements such as parking standards, trash, noise, making sure that the owners are accountable for their tenants and not just saying, I rented it out and I'm not responsible. And then trying to help prevent the negative impacts and the neighborhood impacts. We heard strong support for having a permit process for collecting the hotel tax or TOT from those, with the idea that the visitors who are coming and utilizing city resources should be paying their fair share to repair city streets or, provide city services. And then having the local 24-hour contact. And so we heard generally support of those areas that we talked about, that we called the moderate framework that the Coastal Commission approves. I would say on the online survey, we heard really pretty unanimous support on that. In the community forum, we did have a couple of responses that wanted us to go further than what the Coastal Commission, what we have found that the Coastal Commission has approved. And so we talked a little bit about that, and we reminded everybody that the risk with that is if you try that and the Coastal Commission doesn't approve it, then you don't have a valid ordinance and we can't do anything. So I would say generally, I think we heard, even though there was some desire to go further and try to push the limits, maybe I think one of the ideas was to go to a lower number of allowed than the 10% allowed and maybe try to go to like 5%. But we explained the risk with that, and I think generally there was a consensus of trying to kind of follow those regulations that we've seen approved in other cities. And so I won't go through the survey results in detail, but those were the general areas, and probably the highlight is those key concerns were the parking, trash, noise, lack of owner response, and loss of neighborhood feel. So those are really what we target with the regulations that we're proposing. And so I kind of spoke to that. So this just speaks to, again, some of the survey results supporting the moderate regulation. And so more specifically, supporting some things like having a maximum number of guests based on the size of the unit. So something like 2 overnight guests per bedroom. So a 2-bedroom house would be able to have 4 guests, a 3-bedroom house would have 6 guests, and then having a hard cap of 10. The intent of that is to really prevent like what quote unquote party houses, where somebody rents a house and plans to have 30 people over for a party, which is a concern that we heard during the process. So having a cap like that, having required quiet hours from 10 p.m. to 7 a.m. so it's not having an all-night party, requiring clear trash and bin placement instructions with compliance to pickup schedules so that they're taking their trash out and placing it appropriately and not leaving it in the street or those types of things. requiring at least one off-street parking space per rented bedroom. So the idea there is, avoiding a situation where somebody rents out their property and has no parking on site, and so then it means they're taking up the whole street's parking. So requiring that operators make sure that they have parking for their guests. And then for complaint handling and response, we talked about the fact that just the city's not going to have the resources to have a 24-hour-a-day, 7-day-a-week city hotline. And as we talked about, right now the hotel tax is generating, I forgot the exact number now. I think it was somewhere around $25,000. And so that should increase if we're actually enforcing and holding people to it, but it's still not going to be enough to have a 24/7 call center. So the idea would be having the operators or designated local managers as the primary 24-hour contact. That has worked in other areas because the owner has an incentive in that they don't want to be getting called at 2 a.m. every morning either. And then if we get calls multiple times about a unit, then we would have the ability to revoke their permit if we're finding that the owner's not being responsive to the issues. So the idea would be having the operator or designated contact. They would need to acknowledge complaints within 15 minutes during quiet hours, 30 minutes at other times, and then they'd need to commit to arriving on site to address issues within 30 minutes during quiet hours and 60 minutes at other times as part of their permit. So, finally, the posting and transparency, the idea would be having them post on their property the contact information so that if a neighbor might not even know that they're operating a short-term rental, but if they hear a lot of noise one day and they walk over, they will see the contact information posted, the house rules, the permit number, and they would be able to report that. And, contact the owner and then report it to us if the owner doesn't handle it. And then, as we said, I think really the topic that was really focused on in the forum was really what's the right number, to try to cap short-term rentals at. That's probably the issue that I think is probably still going to have the most different opinions. And so that's something that we can continue to talk about as we start working on an ordinance, if council directs us to work on an ordinance. But as we said, because we found that the Coastal Commission, really the strictest that they've seen to have gotten is approving a 10% cap, we're proposing that because we've seen that actually pass. We haven't seen stricter than that pass. And so we'd propose that, and then a minimum of a one-night minimum stay, and then, that was another possible area where there was some different opinions. Is some people felt like there should be a minimum 2 or 3 night minimum so that guests aren't constantly coming and going. But we recommended one night because that's also what we've seen get approved typically and what most of the cities around us have followed. So, but that's another area that could be sort of open to discussion. And then the other option was looking at like minimum distances between units, but that we found was tough it would be tough to sort of figure out a rule that would work there. Because as we talked about earlier, we have so many multi-unit residences, and you could have, if it's if it's something like one short-term rental every 100 feet, but then it's a 3-story unit, then how do we, is it allowed to be right above, or does it need to be 100 feet in either direction? So that we found was difficult, and so again, we recommended starting with that 10% cap that the short-term or that the Coastal Commission has recommended, but those are options that have been discussed, those other options. And then last, looking at fees and administration, and in the report we compare to other cities that have started enforcement of this and started programs, and this is in line with those, was creating an annual permit fee that any operator would need to get the permit, and in line with other cities around us, the typical permit fee is in that area of about $995, which funds the initial staff time to make sure that they are that as they get started, they're following the requirements. And then dealing with enforcement issues as they arise. So with that, that's what when we say moderate framework, those are the key criteria that we're looking at is those occupancy limits, the property operation requirements, ensuring that there's somebody on their end that's going to handle complaints and responses, and if not, that the city has the ability to revoke the permit, the posting and transparency requirements, and some sort of cap, and then the fee and permit requirement. So those are really what we call the moderate framework. And again, everything that we just described is in line with what has been approved by Coastal Commission in other areas. So we are confident that if we were to go in that direction, that it would be approved. And then just with the caveat that if we tried to get stricter, each step in that direction might make it more likely that the Coastal Commission doesn't approve our regulations. So with that, we recommend that council receive that information regarding the feedback and the community engagement in this process and provide direction to move forward. And we recommend that the council direct staff to draft an ordinance using this moderate regulatory framework that would then come back to council for an introduction in the future.
Great. Any questions?
I have one question. Thank you, Mr. City Manager, for the great work on this. Did staff come up with any estimate of loss that we realize from those who are not registered with the city?
You know, roughly, we actually had a meeting. So the city contracts with a company called HDL, who are sort of the known experts on sales tax, property tax, and hotel tax analysis. And so we had talked to them about trying to get more data, trying to make sure we have all the data we need. I think they had estimated at one point that, you know, and it was just very rough, but that it could be twice what we're actually receiving. So if we're receiving 24,000 to 29,000, then right now it could be, you know, could be that we're losing out on $24,000 to $29,000 a year. So I think that's possible. And then I think one of the concerns that we heard from residents, and I think I've actually heard this even since our workshop, is that people are seeing more and more. So it could be even increasing more than, you know, the numbers that we put together, you know, a couple months ago. I've literally heard from people who say that in the last month or two that they have more short-term rentals than they had previously. So anecdotal, but so I think it could be could potentially be significant. So.
Thank you.
Great. Questions? Go ahead.
Yeah,
Mr.
so,
Tim.
you know, you got the Coastal Commission,
Mhm.
and then you have all the areas outside the Coastal Commission. And so when you say 10%, you know, what if outside the 10% is not in the Coastal Commission, then you're not gonna have any in the Coastal Commission area.
Yeah, I think the sort of the ironic thing, I guess, it's not really the word I'm looking for, but the interesting thing right now is that almost all of the STRs we have found are in the coastal zone. And so outside of the coastal zone, we could do whatever we want with short-term rentals. We could just say they're banned, and which is what a few cities have done that. But we aren't getting complaints from those areas because we're not hearing or seeing that there's actually short-term rentals in those areas. So on the flip side, the area where they seem to be a problem, we're hearing the problems and we're seeing the ads are in the coastal zone. So, you know, if it was vice versa, our recommendation would be, you know, be more strict outside of the coastal zone and then less strict in the coastal zone. But that actually doesn't do anything for us now because the coastal zone, or outside the coastal zone, really isn't seeing the problem. So that's why we just say, you know, just restrict it as strict as we've seen Coastal Commission approve in the coastal zone, just restrict them to that citywide. And we don't expect that the areas outside of the coastal zone will complain that it's being too strict because we just aren't seeing many there anyway, so.
Yeah, so we, there's no map of where these STRs at right now, so, we don't have a good pulse.
Mm.
Yeah, we can look at Airbnb, and we can kind of guesstimate where they're at, but
Yeah.
I mean, it almost sounds like step one is require a permit so we can get a feel of where all these STRs are
Yeah.
at while we're going through coming out with all the regs. I mean,
Yeah.
to me, there's a phase one.
Yeah, I think that's true that, one step would be as we initiate it and then we get more of that data, we can plot it on a map. And if we see that one neighborhood is really overrun with them, we could actually look at saying, okay, do we want to put a cap, this many within this many feet of each other or something like that. So, yeah, that's a good point. I think sort of as phase one, we're saying try to be as strict as we think Coastal Commission will let us. And then, if we need to adjust from there, then we should have the data to adjust from there, so.
Okay.
And I just want, there's a comment, so I'll come back to it. Any other questions? Any questions? No? Okay, any public comments?
Yes, we have one written public comment. So, dear Mayor McQueen LeJean and council members, on behalf of the California Apartment Association, CAA, I am writing to share our thoughts and suggestions for policy recommendations as it relates to short-term rental ordinances. The Apartment Association has a deep commitment to upholding the highest standards in the rental housing industry, as well as commitment to creating housing for all. From advocating in the halls of our nation's capital, the offices of our leaders in Sacramento, and our local council chambers, we strive to add our expertise to decision makers as they craft good and effective policy. Managing a community is complex. It is the rental owner and housing provider who is responsible for the operations of the building and caring for their community. On any given day, managers must help resolve community disputes, conduct needed repairs, provide customer service, oversee vacancies, resolve nuances, and ensure the community operates in a way while all residents can enjoy the shared space. As the city looks at a framework for short-term rentals, CAA encourages the inclusion of provisions which protect the housing provider's ability to operate their communities. We respectfully request any sharing conducted by a community member must be given explicit written permission by the owner and prohibits the circumnavigation of a lease agreement. Additionally, as even a lease agreement can sometimes be time-consuming and expensive to enforce, CAA respectfully requests a provision which would give the property owner the ability to completely remove the property from the prospect of home sharing on the site. No community is the same, and housing providers must be able to make the decisions that are best for their communities. Surely, with this technology, there is a simple ability through the platform for the city to remove certain addresses and APN numbers from consideration. Any monetary fine or other enforcement action for illegally engaging in a short-term rental should be incurred by the aggrieving party. In the present state, it is difficult for the housing provider to monitor and catch an illegal short-term rental in their building. Any enforcement mechanism should take into consideration the actions of the party responsible for the illegal rental. Sincerely, Matthew Buck, Vice President of Public Affairs, California Apartment Association. And that concludes public comment.
Great, thank you. So we have before us a receive and file the short-term rental regulation and community engagement finding, and provide direction to staff for a short-term rental ordinance using the moderate framework consistent with this report, or provide alternative directions as desired. Is there a motion and a second?
Move to approve, receive and file? Is that what we're doing?
Staff recommendations.
Yeah, move to approve staff recommendation.
And then, so it'd be the receiving and filing the report, but the second question would be whether to direct staff to proceed with drafting regulations with the feedback as described in, or with the
Moderate.
moderate regulations.
Framework, yeah.
Okay. So move to approve staff recommendation and proceed with drafting.
Great.
I'll second that.
Great, thank you. Any further discussion before we take a vote? What I was going to say a minute ago was, I just wanted to make sure that I'm clear about your comment, City Manager. With those outside of the coastal area that are inland, did you say that because there's no problems, there's not going to be a ordinance? Tell me about that again.
So what we said is that, so the ordinance, any rules that we draft, any rules that we create outside of the coastal zone don't have to be approved by the Coastal Commission.
Okay.
So we could draft whatever rules we want, including we could say they're just outright banned. But what I had said earlier is that we really aren't, we found almost zero in those areas. So, it's the areas that we can be strict, it doesn't appear there's a need to be strict. And then vice versa, the areas where we are limited in how strict we can be are the areas that we're hearing it's a problem. So we were recommending just starting with that cap of 10%, and then that way, that's
In the
about
coastal.
well, just throughout the city.
Throughout the
And then the idea is that the idea is limiting it where we can, or limiting it to the extent we can in the coastal zone.
Yeah, so that's kind of why I was asking,
Mhm.
because we don't know what we don't know,
Mhm.
right? We don't know if the SDRs are out there or not.
Yeah.
And I think, Mayor Pro Tem, what I think you were alluding to was there is no map, right? So when you say 10% of what?
So the map, we did review the maps on Airbnb and VRBO.
I'm looking
They're-
at a map right now.
Yeah, it's pretty apparent. They're in the coastal zone.
No. I'm talking about a map for those outside of the coastal zone.
Yeah, so
Yeah.
the map
Did I
shows
not
the
see
whole
that?
city.
I mean, it
Well-
would have it, if it was Airbnb, it would be on the map.
Yeah. So Airbnb and VRBO have a map
No.
that show that.
That's not my comment. My
Mhm.
comment is, if you're going to say 10%, right? You can have 10% in this area. What map is going to determine when you say this area, what area?
We're
Or
saying-
is it the whole, everything outside of the coastal 10%? That doesn't make sense.
We're saying across the city, 10% cap. And the reason why, if we said 10% in just the coastal area,
Yeah.
then it would actually allow more it would allow more short-term
No.
rentals.
I understand that. But so maybe I'm a little confused at what you mean by 10%.
Mhm.
You mean 10% throughout the whole coastal area?
10% of
I-
the city.
Okay, I thought it was, okay, in my residential area, there's 220 units. You cannot have more than 22 units that are STR.
Correct.
But that's just in my residential area.
Right.
So if I look at, not, Las Palomas is not on there, but if I look at Las Palomas and they have 300 units, then 30 of that population, they can only have 30 units they have 300 units, they can only have 30 units,
Mhm.
right? But we're actually compacted in residential areas. When you look at 6th Street, 7th Street, 5th Street, that's not it's a vast space. And when if you say 10% of that, then that is, I think that's a little different than saying 10% of my 200, right? Do you understand? Outside,
Yeah.
everything outside of the coastal community, you can only have 10%.
I would
And if you
think
have
that
5,000, I mean, what? Yeah, just kind of confusing.
I would think that our ordinance should have, it should break out everything within the coastal commission zone and everything outside. Because anything outside, really, there's no restriction. And
Right.
even if you say the numbers are low, that's fine. Let's just say that there's no restriction.
Mm-hmm.
They pay the permit, they pay whatever annual fee they have to pay, and
So I think what I'm hearing, and these are all just choices,
Yeah.
so it'd be, if you worded it such that it was 10% of coastal zoned units, then it would be sort of a lower cap on the coastal zone, and then either no cap or a separate 10% cap on the non-coastal zone.
And I guess we
Or a
get
separate cap of whatever we want
yeah,
it to be, because
we get a good, we're gonna get a good picture of it as
Mhm.
the permits come in.
Yeah.
Mhm.
We may have to adjust.
So I think what I'm hearing is the idea of trying to see if we can figure out a tighter cap in the coastal zone, and maybe if we can break that into its own group, then it's. And I think we could if we said, I think the Coastal Commission could approve something if we said, if the rule was 10% of just the coastal zone. I think that that's consistent with what we saw in a couple other cities. So that's actually possible, and it would ensure, so for example, if the coastal zone is 500 units, let's say, I'm just pulling these numbers out of a hat, and then the non-coastal zone is 1,000 units. If we're saying 10% of the coastal zone units, it's a cap of 50, versus if it's added together, 1,500 units, a 10% cap would be 150. So it's ensuring that it's not concentrated in the coastal
Yeah.
zone.
Let me just say this differently. I guess what I'm trying to communicate is, let's hypothetically say, you said most of the STRs are in the coastal area. Were you able to identify what area? And the
Yes.
reason I'm asking that, so let's say 10%. So if you don't look at it if you don't look at the number based on residential areas, and you just say coastal, then what if we have 10% in Surfside 3 and 1, and they got the 10%?
Mm-hmm.
And then no one else in the coastal can have it because they've already got the 10%. That's kind of what I'm trying to say. So that's why I'm asking, it makes sense, it would be 10%. Okay, we talked about CCNRs, right? HOAs trying to write their CCNRs. If they're gonna use the 10%, then that would be 10% in each HOA, right? Based on the CCNRs, right? Because your CCNR is just for your group. Our CCNRs are just for our community. So how would we write that in our CCNRs? We would hope that it would say, I guess it would say, not to exceed 10% of the units in your HOA. For everybody, then that means we're under the 10%. But if you just do it in the coastal the coastal area, then we might have 10% already out at the beach. That's an example, right? And then that means no other area can have one because they're all at the beach already.
Yeah.
So that's kind of what I'm trying to get to.
So maybe we can just have staff go back and look at that.
Yeah, so I guess the question is, or maybe what I'm hearing is, try to be as specific as possible and restrict them to not have, in some way, to not have them all in one location.
Yeah,
basically.
let me just say this, because I think one of the reasons why the city was asked to take this on was that there was some consistency, I believe, across the HOAs, right? And that they can't make the adjustments in their CCNRs because they have to follow the Coastal Commission, right? And so, like I said a minute ago, each HOA has CCNRs that they have to write. So they have to say you can't exceed 10%. But if you have exceeded the 10% based on total units, then you might have some HOAs that might not even be able to participate. Not like they all want to, but do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, I think my caution would be that the city doesn't write codes for individual HOAs, and then Coastal Commission definitely won't approve, the code written for each individual HOA. So,
Right, I understand that.
Yeah.
But what I'm trying to get at is that HOAs are looking to the city right now to see what the city's what's gonna be in the ordinance. So then that they can go back and make sure their ordinance are in alignment with what's allowed in the coastal area.
I think
Does that make sense?
I think that's where the disconnect is, because the HOAs cannot now, without going through the Coastal Commission process themselves, put any
Got it.
limitation on short-term rentals.
Got it.
So Yeah, well, that's really it. So there's, you know, what we've seen get approved in cities is some different ways to make sure that they're not all in like one, you know, concentrated in one area. But we haven't seen anything where it's like, you know, 10% in this HOA, 10% in this HOA, 10% in this HOA.
Okay, so let me ask another question. So are you saying if each HOA has to do their own ordinance, or for their CCNRs, if they have to do that themselves and get approval themselves, what is the city's ordinance doing?
So if we don't do it, the HOAs would have to go and do their own individually. Any HOA that's trying to make rules post 1977. So if we just said we weren't doing anything, each HOA would have to then apply for their own coastal development permit
Right.
and go through the coastal commission process.
No.
What we're doing is we're potentially, right, it's the council's choices, saying the city's gonna adopt a citywide rule or a rule that applies to the coastal zone.
Right.
So that everybody doesn't have to go adopt their own.
Well, so
rules.
that was my question, was about originally, and then I thought you said each HOA has to do their own. But,
I don't think so.
maybe I misunderstood what you were saying. That's why I said, okay, got it.
Yeah.
Because I thought you said, no, they have to do their own. So just start from beginning, so I don't confuse you anymore than I'm confused right now. So tell me, confirm what we write in our ordinance is what the HOAs, everybody in the coastal area, expected to live by.
Yes. The HOAs wouldn't be able to be less strict than the city, right? Like, if we say 10% cap and
Yes.
an HOA can't go, well, we're gonna let everybody do it.
Right.
So they wouldn't be able to be less strict. And in this case, because of coastal zone, normally the HOAs can be more strict. But in this case, because the coastal commission would have to approve it, they can't be more strict unless the coastal commission approves it. So an HOA could theoretically apply for a coastal permit and give a bunch of good reasons of why HOAs need to be banned in their neighborhood. And if they convince the coastal commission, it doesn't matter what we say, they could ban them in their neighborhood. We have not found that anybody's actually been able to do that. So they could be more strict theoretically, but because of coastal commission, probably not.
And if they decide not to go through the coastal commission to get approval, then what are the rules for that?
Our rules.
Okay, so that,
Yeah.
I'm back where I started at,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
So that's what I'm trying to get to.
Yeah.
And if that is the case, if they don't get approval, that means they have to live by our ordinances.
Yes.
Which is 10%.
Right.
So we're back to the original question that I'm trying to get to, is the 10% across, not based on HOAs, it's just based on count, 10% of all units in the coastal area.
Yeah.
Right.
Yes.
Okay, so,
Do you
yeah, I understand what you're saying, I do, but I'm thinking
Sorry,
that.
Councilmember, Mike.
Oh, sorry. So I'm looking at restrictions here under, I just did a search on it. Are these caps existing rental caps, or are they caps on STRs? Because it says here that the existing rental cap is 10% of the unit. For no more than 10% of units in the development can be rented at any one time. Is that the overarching rule for STRs? Because they're, in a sense, rentals?
That's what would be proposed, is a cap on 10% of units to be used for short-term rentals. 10% of units could get a permit to operate short-term rentals.
Okay. Because it just says here that the 10% cap applies to all rentals within the unit. So if that's what we're,
Yeah, the reports.
Yeah.
reports
So-
about short-term rentals.
So,
Yeah.
okay, so hear me out. We should already have a number of what's in the coastal commission as far as total houses, right?
Mm-hmm.
So if we have that number and we're saying 10%, so then let's just say there's 3,000 homes in there.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what, 300?
Mhm.
We're only gonna allow 300 STRs, which I think right now, I think there's maybe 50 that are actually advertised right now on Airbnb.
Mhm.
So we should still be we should still have room, but we truly don't know what the real number is. And so
Yeah.
I don't know if we're restricting ourselves by, locking in just with because now if you add all over Port Hueneme and Las Palomas, Harbor Lights, I'm pretty sure there's Airbnbs there as well.
Mhm.
So we don't have a good feel of where all these Airbnbs are at,
Mhm.
or VRBOs are, or some people were just doing it on their own.
Mhm.
So I think we all agree that. So my thought process is we should have the coastal commission area and non-coastal commission area rules in the ordinance.
I can tell you from a legal standpoint that that sort of thing becomes highly problematic. Then you get into issues of spot zoning, and that's basically unconstitutional. So it becomes, it's not impossible, but it has to be done very, very carefully.
Yeah, I actually forwarded, I think it was Imperial Beach to you, James, and it has both. It has in the coastal community, and it has outside the coastal.
I'd
Yeah, I
wanna
think,
take a
think
good
Ventura
look
did the
at
same
that.
thing. I think we found that too, that Ventura did similar. It's in the report. Ventura divided the city into different areas, a maximum of 100 rental permits downtown and 100 in the Pierpont area. So something like that would be possible as well. I think we had heard that Ventura had submitted theirs to Coastal Commission, but I don't think we've heard if Coastal Commission's actually approved it yet. So it's just, the stricter and the more detailed we want to be, it just is, just means we have to be prepared for if Coastal Commission says that's a step too far.
Okay,
So-
So it
we-
sounds like I'm
okay,
gonna
so
withdraw
did
my
we-
motion.
Yeah, we have a motion and a second. And are we still in discussion?
That's what I'm getting ready to ask. Is there
Okay.
anything else?
I
Nothing?
have one thing too.
Wait, hold on a minute. Did you
I
have?
don't, I was just talking
Okay.
about maybe I should withdraw my motion. It sounds like,
No. We're just.
Because
this
these are
is-
questions that we should send staff back to
Okay.
answer.
Okay, that's fine, but we go through a motion, and after we do that, then there's discussion, and that's where we are right now.
Yeah, so I did like that anyone applying for a permit, either they have to be the owner of the property or have to have written permission from the owner to actually apply for the permit. I think that's a valid recommendation.
Yeah. Anything else? All right. Are you good with the motion?
I think the one question would be, well, and I think based on what I'm hearing is, would we want to look at trying to limit, well, it sounds like we'd want to try to figure out a way to make sure that the coastal zone doesn't see what we can do to make sure that it's not over-concentrated with short-term rentals.
Right.
It sounds like, all right, so.
That any one area is over.
Any one area. So,
is concentrated.
yeah, so we can look at that, and by then, over the next month or so, hopefully we'll find out if Ventura's got approved through Coastal Commission, and then that could be a model for that as well. So with that, we can draft something. I think a couple of key points I was thinking while we were talking. One is there is no cap now. So, a cap, even if the cap is, I think what I'm hearing a little bit is maybe the cap might be higher than we want it to be. Well, there's no cap at all now, so if we put that cap in place and then we get the permits and the data, and then we can see if we can justify, reducing that further. And then second, there are no other regulations as far as being good neighbors or anything now. So even if the cap isn't exactly what we want it to be yet, the fact that we'd have regulations to ensure people are being good neighbors, I think would go a long way. So one thing I always say is, when we're drafting rules like this, is it may not be perfect the first time, but we always have the opportunity to refine it. So.
Yeah. I have one final question.
Yeah.
So is the city, are we doing anything right now to ensure or identify and ensure the folks that are already have these and are using these short-term rentals, that they're paying the TOT?
Yeah, we've sent out notifications to everybody that we have evidence that is operating a short-term rental. We're sending out the notifications to them to remind them that even before this, that transient occupancy tax payments are required. So.
Yeah, and you said something about, in the report, that permits, some of the ones that you find have permits, but the permits don't refer to being a short-term rental.
Right, and it's more just a business license, which is very low fee, just so we know that a business exists.
Right.
But the permit system would actually be more significant with providing more information and those types of things.
Okay, great, thank you. Okay, Madam Clerk, are we okay with the motion and second? You have that?
Yes, so Councilmember Perez made the motion, Councilmember Hernandez, and I'm just going to confirm for the minutes, but a motion was made by Councilmember Perez, seconded by Councilmember Hernandez to receive this report on short-term rental regulations and community engagement findings and provide direction to staff to draft a short-term rental ordinance using the moderate framework consistent with this report, including to ensure that any one area is not over-concentrated with SDRs, adding a cap, regulations to ensure people are being good neighbors.
Good job.
And I think the last one was to include the cannabis.
And include.
No, that's
That was
a
the last
smoking
one?
ordinance.
That was smoking, oh, okay, sorry, guys.
Throw
What
in
time
some
is it? Maybe I need some cannabis right now.
Oh, I got some, no, I'm just kidding.
Sorry about that, guys. So we have a motion and a second. Madam Clerk, please take roll.
Yes, all in favor?
Aye.
All opposed?
Thank
Hearing
you.
none, motion passes unanimously.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. Okay, two more, guys.
That's the deal.
Number 18. I said I didn't smoke, I was just kidding. Number 18, authorization to award contract for utility rate study. Staff, please present the report.
I'll try not to make this as confusing as possible.
Oh, God.
Don't mention cannabis.
Yeah, right.
Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, Council, and members of the audience who are still here. What you have before you tonight is a recommendation to approve and authorize the city manager to enter into a contract with Wildan Financial Services to conduct water, wastewater, and solid waste rate study. We came to you in December of last year to authorize us to go out with an RFP. We ended up delaying that a little bit because we ended up getting the Water Master Plan Phase 2, which is going to refine all of the additional projects that need to be completed and get cost estimates and all that. We didn't want to bring a consultant on without having all of that data, because then we'd have them sitting waiting for us to tell them, because the rate needs to be able to justify other projects that are going to be coming down the road. So there was a delay in it, but that was the reason for that. We sent out, or we put out the RFP in May of this year, and then we got our proposals back in June. We received 4 proposals. Ultimately, the finance director, the city manager, and myself all reviewed the proposals and then rated them. Our recommendation was to select Wildan Financial Services. They've been in business as an engineering firm since the early 60s. They've been a financial modeling division within that company since the late 80s. They've done hundreds of studies. They're familiar with each of the water, solid waste, and wastewater analysis. They performed that for several agencies over the years. As a recap, the water division last had a rate study done in 2019. For the wastewater and the solid waste utilities, their last one was in 2009 and 2010, with the last actual rate increases occurring in 2013 and 2014. So they're overdue. We should have probably done this a little bit sooner, but at this point, We will be looking at everything that's going on within our they'll analyze capital projects that we have online, cost of service, which we get charged by for disposal of our trash, for treatment of our wastewater, water purchase costs, which, as you all know, in many discussions we've had regarding budget, everything is going up. This particular study is to get us in line and propose rates that you will all be brought back with a model to look at, and their recommendations will be to cover everything that we need from a financial aspect for all three of the divisions. It'll be your choice and the public's choice. They'll have input, there'll be workshops, so they'll go through rate modeling and all of that, so there will be public input, and ultimately the goal is to get a recommendation of rates for each of those divisions to cover all the operational stuff. So if there's any questions, I don't want to keep you too long and start having people want cannabis.
Any any questions? Any questions? Any questions? No? Any public comments?
No public comments.
Great. So we have before us a recommendation. Hold on just a minute. Let me make sure I get it. We have before us a recommendation to authorize the city manager to enter into a contract with Wilden Financial Services to conduct a water, wastewater, and solid waste rate study and analyze the rates associated with each city utility to provide recommendations regarding rates for future city council consideration. Is there a motion and a second?
Move to approve.
Second.
Great. Any further discussion?
Will Dance, a great company.
Great. Madam Clerk?
All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Hearing none, motion passes unanimously.
Thank you, Mr.
Thank
Maria.
you.
Thank you.
Okay, we're going to move to our final agenda item. This is the Economic Development Plan. Staff, please, or City Manager.
Thank you. Yeah, and this is intended to just be an update. We adopted our economic development plan on July 15th, 2024. We have wanted to provide an update. There were 8 strategies identified in that economic development plan. A few of them are in progress, and a few of them are sort of on hold pending additional resources, so we wanted to provide an update on that. Before I get started, I just want to note, I think tonight's agenda actually illustrates one of the points that we wanted to make, which is that one thing we're trying to do is really build in our economic development focus into everything we do. So just on this agenda, for example, we have a proactive, I think we're one of the first cities to do a letter of support, trying to support the change to the state excise tax increase that is really impacting our cannabis businesses right now. I think that's actually really what's pushing a lot of our cannabis businesses over the edge to really being in trouble because the state unexpectedly increased that cannabis tax again when I think most people thought that those taxes would be coming down. So some of those businesses that had been holding on are really being impacted. So we have provided a letter of support on that. We've had some calls and some advocacy. We're hearing that there's actually, it's looking like the state is realizing they made a mistake and they may reverse that. So that would be big for our local businesses. We just talked about short-term rentals, and people, it might not seem intuitive, but you know, the idea of having rules in place so that people can come visit Hueneme, but make sure they're not impacting our, you know, communities and neighbors, but contribute and pay their hotel tax and come shop at our stores is actually an economic development opportunity as well. And so, you know, even just on our normal agenda, we're and just things that you might not think of as economic development, we're really trying to put that effort into it. So today we're going to give a little bit of an overview on the plan and the 8 strategies and which ones are in progress. I only kept a few slides from the prior presentation last year when we adopted this, and most of these are actually focused on just reminding everybody that we are a built-out city. You know, this chart here, and this is all from our economic development study. It shows that of our 4 square miles, 60% of the city's land is part of the base. And outside of the naval base and the port, only 3.5% of the city's land supply is dedicated to commercial and industrial property. So there isn't a whole lot of space to do new things. And that's one of the challenges we have as a built-out city. And so when we did the economic development study, a lot of the data pointed to the beach as one of our most visited locations, one of the draws to Port Hueneme, and a lot of the conversation was focused on how do you bring more visitors to the beach and for longer periods of time. What we found is that the weekends get some significant traffic, weekdays are pretty stable, and that most visitors are coming for day trips from, as you can see on the map, Oxnard, Camarillo, Ventura County really. And as you can see on the map, there's not a whole lot of travel from outside of Ventura County to the beach. There is some, but it's not. There's no hot spots there on that map really outside of Ventura County. And then when we asked community members what makes Port Hueneme special, overwhelmingly the response was our outdoor recreation, such as the beach. So that's built into a lot of the recommendations. And so out of those 8 strategies, one of the strategies was activate Hueneme Beach Park with more events in retail and food and beverage options. This is something we've done on small scale. We're also working on a larger scale event that I'll mention in a moment that has run into some issues. But on the small scale is we've just activated it for more local community events. In the period of this, we added things like our community 5K and health and wellness fair. We added our kite flying day. So we've really just looked at how to add events to draw people here. Frank just gave that presentation about tying Beach Fest in with the Copacabana to really get those families out to Hueneme and spending the day here. So that's something we've tried to do. I know I had mentioned this once previously, but we were working on trying to do a summer concert series. But the vendor who was interested in doing that, because of the economic uncertainty, has told us that they can't. They're not able to proceed and take on another series of events at this moment. So we've left the door open to potentially do that further down the line. But that's one of the themes in this first year of the economic development plan is the economic uncertainty is going to be a challenge for some of these items as well. So we'll still continue to look for ways to activate the beach. Another one that ties right in with that was using city-owned land strategically for economic development purposes. Right now we have 2 projects that we were looking at using city-owned land. One was we've talked a little bit about it, the potentially partnering with Habitat for Humanity on another project, using some vacant property to create some affordable housing units. And again, although that might not seem like economic development at first, it brings more families, more people in to be part of the community, to support the stores and businesses and those types of things. And then one of the items that we listed in the staff report and a recommendation is that there has been these plans that have been included in some of our master plans, like our Parks Master Plan, to utilize some of the area at the beach for what is identified as a tourist lodging facility. And so that's another topic that we had proposed. Essentially what we had proposed was we haven't, without spending a lot of staff resources on it, essentially putting out a request for proposal and seeing what proposals are out there and what ideas people would have for it, and having those proposals come back to the council and where the community can participate and say what aspects they like and what aspects they don't like, but with the idea of trying to move that forward. That's been a part of plans for quite a while, with the idea that it would bring overnight visitors who would spend a lot of time shopping, eating, and supporting our local businesses. But it's not, we've never really taken any steps to move that forward. We wanted to show, we know that in the past, there's been conversation about building a tower out there, which isn't something that we're proposing we're not proposing that moving forward. And the other thing was we had heard that there had been conversation about, essentially a trailer park, and where the concerns were, people would be bringing their trailers in and out and really impacting traffic, having to do sewer hookups and all these things that would have negative impacts. And so we wanted to highlight, in the last 20 years, probably more like 10, 15 years, there's been newer sort of boutique ideas that are lower impact. And with the idea that if we were putting out a request for proposals, we'd be asking for ideas along these lines. And so for example, this is Waypoint Ventura Vintage Trailer Hotel. And these are trailers that are planted on the site. And you can see it's just probably an old parking lot that was put in place. And so one of the things they advertise is that they're near the beach. And one reason we liked this video is because, as you can see from the video, they're across the 101 from the beach. Whereas, if we were to actually look at something like this and propose something like this in Port Hueneme, it would actually be on the beach, essentially. So, or at least not across a freeway. So there's some advantages that we actually have to that. But again, so this type of thing where it's really, like I said, they call it a vintage trailer hotel. What we had identified in our master plan in 2021 was a tourist lodging that was either a collection of tiny houses utilizing a couple of Airstream trailers and or adapted shipping containers. So really the idea is not, when people say RV campgrounds or trailer parks, it's not really, a lot of movement. It's not traffic, as far as trailers coming in and out. So it's really intended to be a lower impact way to provide some sort of overnight accommodations. That picture there, and this is from the Parks Master Plan, and so that picture in the bottom right corner shows what they had envisioned at that time as a sort of a tiny home that would be planted out there. So again, the idea at this point would be, without spending a lot of staff time, putting a request for proposals out and just seeing what ideas people have, and if they're ideas that the community and the council would support. So that kind of was the option that would address those first two strategies, the strategy of activating Hueneme Beach Park and using city-owned land strategically for economic development purposes. Then moving on to other strategies. One of the other strategies identified was stabilizing cannabis businesses. That's something, as we said earlier, we're working on in a variety of ways, but I think one thing that is interesting is we've really been working on trying to address the cannabis businesses that haven't been meeting all of the requirements and haven't been meeting every aspect of their development agreements. And I would note that what we're actually hearing from the cannabis businesses who are meeting all their requirements is that they're actually appreciative that the city is actually holding those cannabis businesses to those requirements, and that they're actually seeing that as us attempting to help. It might be counterintuitive, but by holding them to all to the same standards, that we're trying to help ensure that the cannabis businesses all have a level playing field. So over the last few months since we had started cannabis reviews, I think that we've actually made good progress in this area, although the cannabis industry is still struggling for all the reasons we said earlier. One of the other areas that we are working on is trying to find a way to create consistent branding, which is another strategy from the Economic Development Plan. This is a project that we wanted to come up with some mock-ups on, and then we also wanted to get council direction on whether this could be potentially a community benefit fund project, as the port had said that they were interested in supporting an economic development project. And so what we have here today is just a couple of renderings, and it's also in the packet, but some renderings of what we're talking about when we're talking about creating consistent branding. and finding a way to make sure that everybody who drives through town knows about the things that we have in our city. And, anybody who just happens to drive, from Oxnard to Ventura and crosses through Hueneme, that they know what we have in Port Hueneme. I think I told this story previously, but we had a meeting here with somebody who had done business in the city for decades, and when they came to City Hall, they said, I've got to get out to the beach one day. Like, where's that beach again? And we were like, it's literally like, just if you'd kept going one more intersection, you would have been there, And so, I know we as residents and as the community, we know about these things, but these wayfinding signs are intended to educate the people who may just be driving through town or going for a drive and not realizing that we have all of these things that they can come visit. And we've been working on this, and while we were out working on this, and we were out at the intersection of, I think it's Channel Islands and Victoria, we noticed that Oxnard was actually installing their signs after, there haven't been signs at that intersection for either of the cities for forever. And then we're out there measuring for our signs, and they're out installing their signs that actually look similar, a different style, but very similar as far as listing the amenities and those types of things. So, my joke was that one of the reasons we were talking about this is because we get calls all the time saying, which side is Hueneme, which side is Oxnard, who's responsible for what? And so we were joking that they must have gotten tired of getting those calls too, because we were all going out and putting these, talking about putting these signs up. So this is one of the projects that we would propose moving forward on. One of the challenges when the economic development plan was adopted, I think there was the idea at that point that the cannabis industry would be in a much better place than it is now. And so there were a lot of projects proposed that were essentially said that they would use funding from, the cannabis revenues to pay for. As we know, I think that's that revenue that has really dried up. And so we're having to get more creative, where a lot of these projects that it was just assumed there'd be money for, we're gonna have to figure out how to pay for them and how to move them forward, or how to move them forward and find other ways to pay for them. So this project is one that we're proposing partnering with the Port on as a potential community benefit fund project. Which, and that's the idea, and we've talked with some of the staff at the Port, is that that's also why the Port would be highlighted on these signs as well. So. And then, so those are the 4, what we're calling shorter term recommendations. There's also 4 longer term recommendations that will require additional resources, staff, or funding. And so one was an ambitious project to partner with the Navy, Port, Oxnard College, and the Ventura County Workforce Development Board to develop a collaborative logistics program at the college. And so that's something that, that we will be working on long term. There's also, and I had said earlier that a lot of these projects at the time said, take this extra money and put it towards this, and the extra money's not there anymore. So one was incentivizing the upgrade of aging commercial centers and hotels. And the idea was going to be to use cannabis money to do that, but that cannabis money is not there. So that one is a longer term project that we'd have to sort of rethink from when the plan was approved. And then we wanted to highlight, though, that we are, one thing we're trying to do is really attract businesses and make sure that when we hear a rumor about a business potentially being interested, we're reaching out to them. We're trying to make sure that they understand the positives about our locations. And so I think it's on the verge of paying off, where we have heard some good things about some of our shopping centers. And one of them, this is an example, is right now we know the Oliveira Plaza Shopping Center, which is where, Big Lots was, that shopping center has a lot of vacancies right now. So we've been reaching out and meeting with businesses, and we're sort of trying to make the pitch. And so where this slide plays into that is the county just approved the Fisherman's Wharf project at the Channel Islands Harbor. They approved it or I'm sorry, the Coastal Commission approved it last week. And so we've been meeting with some potential stores that would be coming in. And, you know, when you go out there right now and you look around, you see a lot of vacant space. But when we went out and we met and showed them what was going to happen at the Fisherman's Wharf, and then realizing that they can really have a prime location, you know, as that develops, we had a good couple of conversations, and we are optimistic that that store, they told us that they didn't realize all of that, and that, you know, those are things that they're going to consider, and we're getting good word that it looks like we may be making some strides with them. So even though we don't have maybe the funding to create an incentive program, you know, with tax rebates and everything right now, we are still trying to work to upgrade and work with the property owners and potential businesses coming in on improving some of those commercial centers and filling some of those vacancies. So, and then there was, I think there's 2 strategies left from our plan, and one was encourage local business startups that link opportunities at the port and naval base. And I think at the time the idea was creating a business incubator. Again, it's one of the challenges. The reason why this is on the longer term list is I think at the time it was proposed that the city would essentially help fund an incubator using, again, cannabis revenues. And so that's an area we'll have to get more creative on and come up with some different ideas. And then the last strategy is increasing the city's and business communities' capacity to undertake economic development efforts. One of the big goals with this one was to revitalize the chamber. I think we've got the sense at this point that that's not likely to happen. It really hasn't made progress in the last year. But after our last conversation, we have reached out to other groups, and we have some meetings set up with other groups, like some of our business alliances and things like that, to talk about whether potentially they have the capacity to help, and maybe it might just be another group other than the chamber that we can get to help with that goal. So that's now maybe it's on the long-term list, but we are actively working on that and meeting with some local county-wide groups to see if we can move that forward. So those are the 8 strategies. And then, as I mentioned earlier, the 2 that we were recommending council provide direction on at this point were, 1, proceeding with the wayfinding signage project and exploring the opportunity to partner with the port as a potential community benefit fund project. And 2, it was to, again, issue the request for proposals for the campground/lodging operator that we talked about project. And again, the idea would be asking for proposals, bringing those proposals back and having the proposals presented to the council and the public. And so the idea is not to, there's no final approval or anything at this time. It would just basically be seeing what creative ideas are out there. So with that, those are the 2 recommendations for this item, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Great. Any questions for City Manager? Any questions? Councilmember Hernandez.
Yes, thank you, James, for the presentation and all the good work that we're doing under our economic development goals. You've mentioned a lot of things that we are, a lot of things that we've accomplished already or that we're moving toward. Are we capturing those anywhere where we can say, like I think some time ago I sent you the business center that the library is going to be having, those kinds of things. Are we capturing those so that we can show the community, these are some of the amenities that we have here in the city that are going to help generate more revenue for us or more interest in getting people to come and come and visit our city?
Yeah.
Are we maintaining any kind of list of all these things? They're accomplishments, really.
Yeah.
So we have goals in our plan. And
yeah.
I think,
We can start building underneath the strategies,
Yeah.
the things that we've accomplished, just as a way of recording, what we've done.
yeah, I think we haven't started doing that yet, but yeah, I think the point's taken that, we could probably, do some things like maybe create an economic development website and have the, key projects in each of those areas. That's something we can do.
And then I imagine there are some people here who are going to want to weigh in on this item. I do have questions about the camping site, the proposed tourist lodging. So I'll hold my questions for after that.
You have any questions? Any questions?
Yeah, since you actually were talking economic development plan, I did review the campground, and it sounds like these tiny little homes are pretty much fixed, so they're actually little rentals that are not going to be moved in and out of the area, so which is good. Doesn't cause any congestion. They're hard plumbed. They have their own source of sewage and drainage and water and electricity. So looking at that, it brings, it brings TOT tax to the city, and it brings people to the beach.
Yep.
I like the idea. I think it's good as long as, it has to be appealing to the eye, so that the residents, when they look out, they're not seeing just these hodgepodge colors of stuff, so has to look appealing, it has to have good landscaping, so it doesn't, it doesn't just look, it doesn't look horrible.
Yeah.
Have we thought about, you showed the Olivera development,
Oops,
yeah, go back.
that one?
The
all.
previous,
the Ventura
that
one.
one.
Oh, okay.
So one thing I do like is, those buildings specifically and the ones after that, they're all standard color white with, with like terracotta. They're very appealing to the eye, and the colors are good. Can we maybe implement that as people come in for permits? We go to a standard white, off-white colors? Just because there's just so many different colors out there. I don't know, something to think about.
Yeah, we'll take a look at that. We do have, in our planning review, we do require that they meet certain standards. I think there's a couple of options right now, but that's something we can take a look at. And as a matter of fact, on some of the discussions we're having on the Olivera Plaza Shopping Center, I think that is going to be a topic that comes up, and it could be one that comes back to council, is that some of the potential stores that are interested want to talk about changing the look of that shopping center from what it currently is. So.
Okay, that's all I have.
Great, thank you.
I think I'll go ahead and ask my question.
Okay.
Yeah, I'd like to go ahead and ask my questions regarding the tourist lodging. So would would that require an EIR? Would we have to go through CEQA or Coastal Commission for constructing anything in that location?
Probably, yeah.
Okay.
And I think the key point is just the idea of we haven't done anything on it yet, right? And
Right.
so so there's a lot that would have to get done. It would likely have to get approved by Coastal Commission, but also the point we made earlier and everything being connected is, the Coastal Commission actually encourages bringing visitors and bringing tourists. So,
Right,
so
right.
generally they support these things. And then the last thing I would just note too is if short-term rentals are a concern in impacting neighborhoods, having a site where there's actually somewhere where they can stay where they aren't impacting neighborhoods actually theoretically helps to address the impacts of short-term rentals. So it's
So
another factor.
just to let you know where I'm going with my questions, is that I'm just concerned about the process that this appeared tonight on this staff report without really adequately informing the public, especially the people around this area, so that we could get more public input onto whether or not this is going to be something that they're going to be amenable to, that they're going to support. So when I'm asking these questions, I'm thinking about all the steps that we have to go through in order to turn this into a reality, such as like infrastructure. I mean, if we're going to put trailers there, if we're going to put tiny homes there, who's going to be responsible for the infrastructure to support that? Would that be part of the RFP?
So no decisions have been made to the point you're making.
Right.
No decisions have been made, no analysis, other than the master plans have identified this as a project and a goal of the city. And so the proposal that we have made today is put an RFP out and see what ideas come in that can then be discussed in a
Yes.
council meeting with the public.
I
So-
understand that.
Yeah, so there's no approvals or anything
Okay,
like
so
that.
then let's talk about the RFP. What would be the cost of that RFP, and what would it contain? What would be the criteria that would be included in that RFP?
So it would just be a request for proposals, which are typically, maybe 15, 20 pages, which identify sort of our basic, and I would recommend.
What would be the scope of work that we would be asking?
Yeah, I was going to say, I would actually recommend broader the better at this point. Essentially, we're telling people, tell us how you would do this, what your business plan would be, and how it would work.
And what would be involved.
Yeah, and not really put a lot of our guidelines on it, and then essentially really leave it up to them to get creative and find ways to make it work.
Okay. And what would be the cost of putting that RFP out?
It would be our staff time, so maybe rough estimate of staff time.
Okay.
Maybe 80 hours of staff time.
To put it out and to receive them back and review, and so there's no paying these people for their ideas. There's no incentive, payment incentive
No.
to do that.
Yeah, and we might not get any, too, is the other thing. They might look at this and say 2,000 visitors not interested.
Would we be going out to the public first before we put out an RFP? Would we be inviting public input before we?
The council could decide to do that, but I think with what we were just saying of, if we're trying to say, give us your best ideas, then there's not really a whole lot of parameters to put on that at this point. So if the council wanted to sort of ask the public to provide input on that, we can, but it just means we're probably putting more parameters on the RFP itself. So that's just a choice.
Okay. And then have we looked at what, do we have a goal of anticipated revenue that we would be trying to reach if we did establish a tourist lodging? To make it worth our while?
Yeah.
Is there a threshold that we want to achieve?
We'd be asking them to provide that as part of their proposed business plan. I have had these types of businesses in my cities previously, so I have an idea of what they generate. But it depends on a lot of factors and what, how many units would they plan to have, and, those types of things.
Okay. Thank you. That's all the questions I have for right now.
Do you have any questions? Great, thank you. Madam Clerk, do we have any public comments?
Yes, first is Joan Tharp, followed by Luis Mendez, then Susana Baron.
Good morning, everyone.
Is it morning?
Is it
My name is Joan Tharp, and I'm here representing myself as a resident. I'm speaking about this issue and the recommendation to prepare a request for proposals for a proposed campground as outlined in the city's adopted master plan. You've answered some questions I had on here, so if this sounds like repetitive of what City Council Member Hernandez said or what you said, just stay with me. I'm not here to speak in opposition to the plan itself, but I'd like to respectfully raise several questions and considerations, as the agenda item does not make clear whether the parameters or requirements for the RFP have already been defined. And admittedly, I'm not familiar with the RFP process, but it sounds like you're just going to kind of throw it out there with no expectations. Specifically, has a physical footprint for the proposed development been identified? Has there been a thorough assessment of both existing and required infrastructure? Has potential community opposition, particularly from nearby residents, been considered? What are the expectations regarding the return on investment, if there is any from the city? Will there be limits set on the number of lodging units or annual visitors? Can the city's current infrastructure support increased demand on services such as traffic management, public safety, waste disposal, and noise control? Additionally, will the draft RFP come before council or the public for review prior to being released, which I think that's been answered. Lastly, while we currently benefit from adequate salmon supply on our beaches, have the potential long-term risks from sea level rise and coastal flooding been fully evaluated, or will it be? And, you know, I always harp on this every time I get up and talk to you, but will any mitigation measures be required, and will those risks be factored into the ROI analysis? Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, council. My third time today. I'm tired too. But on this topic, I just want to say, after reviewing the report that you presented, James, I like that concept of the RV park. Even going back to the economic development plan, out of all the things you listed, this is probably the only one that actually is going to generate revenue for the city. I don't know back in 2024 when this economic development plan was voted on, but it seems like everything was based on cannabis revenue, which is kind of sad because it's not there. And all the other proposals require money being spent, not money being generated. And I think where you guys have, well, us as a whole, but you guys are the ones that have to decide right now, for the community is what's best for us all. You're gonna be faced with people who don't want the beach touched, people who want the town to be quiet, we don't want visitors. But at the same time, you know, you're not gonna generate revenue without drawing people over. And you look at the beach, you know, the businesses that are failing, it's because there's nothing incentivizing other community members to come here, to come spend money. Because when you go to the beach, it's just Surfside, the restaurant, you know, $22 for a bowl of clam chowder. It's kind of pricey, you know, outside of that, but there's really nothing else out there but the beach and water. To me, this little site it's opening up to ideas, which is what's important. You know, you want new concepts and new things to come to see what could work for the city. And so even though you guys may get some opposition from people who don't want the beach touched, it's like with the increase in expenses, residents want services that are gonna be maintained or more, then you have to generate revenue for that somehow. You know what I mean? So just keep that in the back of your mind. Sometimes people are like, I don't want this touched, but yet you want other services. Well, you could have something like this that might generate revenue, or like I said in a previous meeting, are they willing to raise their sales taxes or raise utility taxes to cover these services that they want? So it is a give and take, but like I said, for this presentation, that RV or little temporary parking thing is the only thing I saw that would generate money. And I think I might even consider going there, even though I live in Wainimi, just to go check it out, you know, and spend the money to stay there and actually sit and stay overnight on the beach. So that is something I definitely support, and hope you guys look into it and get those proposals submitted to see what it comes out to. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Council. My name is Susana Canales Barron. I'm a volunteer with 805 Immigrant Coalition. And to start, I have a comment for the wayfinding. I love the idea, as you can tell. I love art, and I believe, you know, science and art can really bring in people. Oxnard was given as an example as inspiration. Well, their wayfinding program costs around $1 to $2 million. Those are funds that could be used to help our immigrant community who is suffering right now, who are not only taxpayers, but also help with exports. So I just wanted to mention that was a huge issue at City Council meetings with Oxnard, that was a big ticket item. I also love the mobile homes, and likewise, I would love to spend time there, but it does feel to me like a site that would exclude the lower income community here, and so I would encourage you to consider something like a cultural center or a museum, the way Los Angeles has, and brings in people from the outside, but still has public programs for the community, and it's a beautiful mixture instead of, seeing very expensive accommodations that that are out of your budget if you live here and you're a farm worker and you have a big family. Restaurants were mentioned. I would also encourage to invite the farm working community, immigrant communities to participate in that, to really open up for street vendors and make it more accessible for them to have a creative and fun input where it's not, it doesn't have to be brick and mortar, but to make it fluid and accessible for everyone. Thank you so much, and thank you for the time.
Jan Burke.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, Council, and my neighbors. I just want to talk a little bit about the trailer concept. I think it's an interesting concept. I have some friends that have stayed at those locations and loved it. And I think of our city, and I was talking to Joan a little bit earlier, actually, because I really appreciate what she's doing with the surf riders for the beach. And I think of our city as being very, very special. The natural habitat and the beautiful beach because it's so clean. And I know a lot of birders come here to look at the natural habitat that's here. And I think of this location with the kind of upscale trailers, the Airstreams and the vintage kind of feel to it. And I think of this beach being an attraction, a tourist attraction, because you can take a walk along the beach, and maybe there's a seasonality to it because there's nesting season and there's various elements of nature that makes our beach pretty special. And I think that there's a nice revenue stream that can come from it because there's seasonality to it, not only just during the summer, but spring for nesting seasons and other things and all the great work that the surf riders are doing. It makes it more of a destination and makes it more of a special visit. And I think that with that coming with more restaurants and a few other businesses could be very, very useful to our economy. So that said, I think I am very much for the concept of trying to explore that idea, and I think that even I might want to go stay there just for the fun of it.
Thank you.
Mayor, we do have some written public comments. First one is from Beverly Kelly. Didn't we already go through this in the mid-1990s, and didn't the citizens of Port Hueneme make it perfectly clear that they did not want an RV park in front of Surfside 2 and Surfside 3? The negative impacts with respect to increased traffic, trash, crime, and noise have not changed. Furthermore, the huge negative response to the two later proposed tower developments, which would have penciled out to actual significant resources of revenue, underline the lesson that residents don't want anything built at the beach ever. Apparently, that lesson still needs to be learned. Beverly Kelly. The next one is from Amy Bruder. Good evening. I am writing to express my opposition to the city's proposal to place a tiny house hotel on beach parking lot C. This parking lot is essential for beach access and community use. It is heavily relied upon by residents and visitors, especially on weekends or during events like car shows, which bring the public together in this beautiful beachside setting. It also serves as a staging area for rides and activities during the annual beach festival, making it a vital community space. Converting the space into a tiny house hotel would not only reduce parking for beachgoers, but also create conflicts with these established uses. Increased overnight occupancy could introduce safety, noise, and sanitation issues that would negatively impact both the environment and the surrounding community. In addition, the Ormond Beach Restoration and Public Access Plan previously stated that parking lot C was to be the jumping off point for visits to the Ormond Beach Bird Sanctuary. See the attached video here starting at 17:30, and they list a link to the City of Oxnard Ormond Beach Restoration and Public Access Plan. In addition, this proposal does not advance Port Huenemy's stated master plan goal of improved recreation resources, projects that maintain or enhance the condition of existing parks and to expand recreation opportunities. Instead, this project would benefit the few people who could afford the $200 or more per night cost of staying there. Public beach resources should remain open and accessible to all, not repurposed for a select few. I urge you to preserve this lot for its intended use and reject the tiny house hotel proposal. The next one is from Jeffrey Scarberry. Myself and many others living in the beach community are generally supportive of bringing positive recreational activities to our parks, including Hueneme Beach Park. In my opinion, a well-executed and managed camping lodging area could potentially improve some aspects of our beach park by attracting people and activities to the area and mitigating some other negative activities. As we have seen with Miranda Park, the addition of pickleball courts has helped transform the environment there for the better over the past couple of years by bringing in a steady stream of positive recreational activity, which helps deter some other not-so-pleasant activities. I would also point out the Waypoint Vintage Trailer Facility in Ventura as an example that is quite nice and benefits the surrounding area by attracting many people that might not otherwise visit and enjoy their beach and surrounding businesses. This item is obviously very early in the process, so there is much to be figured out, but I can see it being something worth exploring for our beach park. Thank you. The next one is from Paige LePen. What is the goal? I have tried to find a one-page summary of the expenses and the revenue for the city so that we get a picture of where we stand. What is the deficit we are trying to cover? What guarantee do we have that the proposed projects will make a significant difference? Have we ever obtained proposals from the county to assume the responsibility of some of the services that weigh heavy on our budget? Thank you for your attention to these concerns. The next one is from Tama Fig. Mayor McQueen-LaJean and council members, I am writing in support of item 19.2 under the Economic Development Plan. Back in the 90s, a top-rated RV resort was proposed for Lot C that would have brought a long-term sustainable income to the city. Unfortunately, it was vehemently opposed by the residents of all these Surfside communities for reasons beyond comprehension. It would bring prostitution and run-down RVs staying long-term. The true reason was a NIMBY attitude that has continued over the years by this community. Every time an income-producing project at the beach is talked about by the council, the nearby residents threaten to vote them all out of office to protect their little slice of heaven. It's time to allow our elected officials to do their work without threats from the beach community. There is life north of Hueneme Road, and they should not be dictating what may be good for the entire city because something may threaten their beach views or personal use of it. The reality is that this city has always had a difficult time finding sustainable long-term solutions to the rising cost of services to the community. There was a time in 2014, 2015 that money was so short that the council had to cease approving the much-beloved beach festival as well as much-needed city repairs. Memories are short, but the fact remains. The city has a shrinking stream of income and must find other alternatives. We are landlocked geographically and have little to no vacant parcels for potential economic development. We lack large revenue producers such as car sales and big box retailers due to the small size of the city and how it's laid out. Marijuana revenue can no longer be used as a primary source of income. Likewise, with interest rates so high, the home sales market has flatlined, meaning higher property taxes are not being collected due to new sales. It is imperative that all citizens come together and accept that the city must create a new revenue sources regardless of the location and personal biases. The Caravan Outpost, currently operating in 2 cities in Ventura County, is a chance for the city to offer a place for locals and visitors to come and enjoy what Port Hueneme has to offer without having a sterile campground feel. The natural habitat will still be protected while maintaining a low profile. It's time for the beach owners to stop being NIMBYs and obstructionists and allow others to use a public beach. Their poor behavior has to stop. I strongly urge the council to approve this for an RFP as a possible way to have a steady income stream. And just to remind everyone, an RFP is only a request for a proposal, not a contract to move forward. Respectfully, Tama Faye. That concludes public comment.
Great, thank you. So we have before us a recommendation to receive the presentation on the Economic Development Plan and provide direction to proceed with the wayfinding signage and style update project and explore the opportunity with the Port of Hueneme to include the project as a potential community benefit fund project. And 2, prepare a request for proposal for campground lodging operator for Hueneme Beach as identified in the city's adopted Parks Master Plan to obtain proposals which would be presented to the City Council and the public in the future for consideration. May I have a motion and a second?
Move to approve items 1 and 2.
Second.
Great, thank you. Any further discussion?
Yeah, I just wanted to pass along to staff that.
I'm sorry, Councilmember.
I just wanted to pass along to staff that, this item caused me a lot of angst because I had memories of when the editorial written by Councilman Gama hit the papers and we walked into this room. It was one of, one of our first meetings, and this room was packed with people who were opposed to the idea that we would be putting an RV park or a campsite at that location. And so I became concerned, that this item being heard last on the agenda and knowing that we were probably going to go late tonight would not get the public input that it deserves. So as a message to staff, I probably wouldn't be as anxious as I was with this item if we had more detail. If we heard in the report what was shared tonight by our city manager in terms of what the real thinking was behind this and what the proposal was really supposed to do in terms of just not just asking for ideas, and giving us more of a sense of really what we're here to what you want to achieve here. Because once I heard what you wanted to do, James, then I felt a little bit more relaxed and a little bit more comfortable with moving forward. So just kind of a word of advice and suggestion in the future, maybe just elaborate a little bit more. Even put the picture, I didn't see the pictures in here of what you were thinking, and that would have been helpful, I think, because we do have the waste signs in here, but we didn't have any pictures to give me a sense, at least, of what was in your mind in terms of the plans for this location. So that's it. That's all I got.
Great.
Yes, so
Perez?
one of the things mentioned in public comment are lessons learned. So one of the important lessons learned is we need economic stability. We need to establish a revenue that is going to be long-term. We're having difficulty doing that. We have to find other ways. We have a beach. We haven't utilized that. Nobody's coming up with any ideas, years, to be able to do that. So it's our responsibility to do that. We have a responsibility to our budget. One of the writers talks about beach festivals and other amenities. Well, we can't provide beach festivals if we don't have any money. So we need to be able to come up with ways of generating revenue so that we can keep amenities going, so we can have all these nice things that people want in their community. Because once the revenue stops, once our budget stops, we have to start laying people off. And we have to stop our infrastructure updates. We have to stop having our beach festivals. We don't want to get into that area. So we want to make sure that we can keep revenue going so we can take care of our community, take care of our parks, take care of our streets, and make sure that we can continue having our beach festival. So I think that is, as a council member, it's our first responsibility to make sure our budget is sustainable. And that is our priority. Whether or not we get angry citizens in here, they have to understand we have a responsibility to a budget that can sustain all the amenities that we need in the city. That has to take priority over anything else.
Let's go to Mayor Pro Tem. We'll come
Yeah,
back.
so during the election season, and this can go back ways prior to me as well. For one of the first questions after every prior to the public forums, one of the questions that is asked is, what are we doing for our economic development? And all of us answer those questions as what we're going to propose. And to me, this is a very low-hanging fruit that doesn't require much infrastructure, because I mean, you're talking about an RV pad that's this RV is not going to be moving in and out, so that the traffic is people coming to that area to park, enjoy the beach. You're bringing people to the beach. And so when I look at this, to me, this is a perfect opportunity to bring people to Port Hueneme. But it has to be appealing, and just think of all the thought process with this RFP. You could pay homage to Chumash Indians, make this a Chumash style. You could pay homage to the Port of Hueneme, making modern containers, shipping containers. There's so many ideas. I'm just throwing some stuff out there. There's so many things that can be done that is very eye appealing, and it brings people to the beach. Not only that, maybe we couple this with another restaurant at the beach. I'm talking big, grandiose other ideas. Once a month, kind of like a food area where food trucks can come, and there are just so many things that this can bring to the city. It's going to bring revenue, and to me, this is a very good economic request for a proposal. Let's see what the ideas flow back. We're not committing to anything. This is the dialogue, and we owe it to the city to hear it out. This is what we were elected for, and I'm, just looking at the plan. It's a good plan. It's a good plan to start with, and I think this is something that we owe the city to take a look at. So, yeah, that's all I got.
Finish? Okay, go right ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Councilwoman Perez, for mentioning about that nobody is coming up with ideas. Well, we haven't really invited ideas, and I was hoping that this discussion would allow us to have an opportunity to invite the public to share some ideas about economic development. One I heard from a constituent was an entertainment district, and maybe the Olivera Plaza or the corner of Victoria Channel Islands can be just that. Maybe we could focus on developing that more into an entertainment district where there's restaurants and there's music and doing things there that will enhance that area. But we need an opportunity to have that discussion, and that's why I asked for this item to be on the agenda, was so that we could invite the public to come and share their ideas. We're being really open-minded by asking for an RFP to come with all these different ideas for that piece of city-owned land. But I think we also have to be open-minded in giving ourselves an opportunity to share our ideas and hear our ideas from the community as well. And I hope we can do that at some point. And not just focus on what already in the master plan, but we have to get creative, and let's kind of think short-term and long-term goals, and look at the pillars or the strategic areas that are in the economic development plan, and give ourselves an opportunity to kind of think about what other ideas are out there that can fit underneath those areas of strategy that are identified in the plan. So thank you.
Great, thank you. So everyone has said something that's important and that needs to be said. I guess the one thing that I would say, I think as a council, we should not shy away from looking at the beach. We just shouldn't do that. And I think that's the way I personally feel, is that whenever we talk about the beach, no one wants anything to be done to the beach. And that is really our draw. No one comes here to go to Big Lots or McDonald's or any, they come to go to the beach. And so we can't say that the beach is untouchable. And I tell you, I don't know what the feedback is, but anytime I talk to anybody that lives close to the beach, they don't want anything at the beach. And so we just can't say we can't do anything at the beach. We have to, like our Mayor Pro Tem said, we have to look at what the opportunities are, and we have to, Mayor Pro Tem said it's our responsibility to look at how we're going to continue to be able to pay for the things that need to be paid for in this city. And so I don't think anything needs to be taken off the list. And I think we have a not just an opportunity, but we have it's a requirement of us to be able to look and see what we can do. And so I haven't heard, this is serious. I haven't heard not one person that I know that lives out there on the beach to say, yes, try whatever the suggestion is. It's always nothing. We don't want nothing. And so I hear you. You're the first. Thank you. I was surprised. I was waiting for you to say nothing at the beach. But we have to consider everything. We have to consider everything. And right now, at this time, we're considering this project. And so we just have to do that. All right. And so anybody else have anything to say? No? Okay. May I have a motion? No, we got the motion. So let's, Madam Clerk, please take a vote.
Yes. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Hearing none, motion passes unanimously.
Great, thank you. That is our last item. We're going to now move to city manager comments and reports.
Yes, just a couple of quick things. So we have a few things we wanted to highlight. We had a little short summer break, so it's been about a month since our last meeting, and so we wanted to highlight some of the events that have happened since then and thank everybody for joining us at one of them, which was the 2025 National Night Out at City Hall. We had music, lawn games, and conversations with our police department and our residents and our city staff, and so it was a good event, good turnout, and also included some snacks from Carnitas El Brother and ice cream from Mr. Softy that was pretty popular. I think that line was pretty long at a couple points. So thank everybody for joining us for that. And then that's an annual event, so we're looking forward to seeing everybody at next year's National Night Out as well. On another public safety related item, the Port Public Information Officer today spoke about this, but we wanted to highlight the partnership with the Port, that the Port actually recognized our senior officer Gladys Harbin today, a couple hours ago, as with an award for thanking her for being the first to arrive on the scene at the Port when they recently had somebody stop by or enter the Port office with a weapon, and so Senior Officer Harbin safely disarmed the individual and prevented the harm to others. And so the Port recognized her earlier today, and we wanted to thank the Port for that, and obviously thank Senior Officer Gladys Harbin for the work she did on that. We have a couple of new recreation programs coming up, and so we have our Cartwheel a Go-Go class, gymnastics class for kids coming up, our September ballet classes, which are always popular with the big recital, and then the Taekwondo classes coming up as well. And Recreation is also putting on 2 more movie nights this year. One is, I believe it's this weekend, August 22nd. Yeah, this Friday. August 22nd at 8 p.m. at Bubbling Springs Park. It'll be Snow White on that day. And then on September 20th at Bolker Park, we're going to be showing Mufasa. So those are free admission, free parking, and free popcorn. So everybody's invited to join us there. For September 2nd's council meeting, we have the following items scheduled at this point. We have presentations related to National Suicide Prevention Month, National Emergency Preparedness Month, the Banana Festival proclamation that we provide to the Port, opioid opioid overdose prevention program presentation, which was requested by the county to come give that important presentation for public health purposes. We have a couple of consent calendar items worth mentioning. The peer assessment contract and Measure U Committee's annual report, their second ever annual report. They're now on track with providing those every year. And then public hearing, we have special use permit plan for Banana Festival, special use permit for the Boys and Girls Club remodel project. We're working to get that done and ready for that date. And then we have, we're working on a solicitation in the medians of the streets related ordinance. So that'll be on the agenda. And then 2 business items currently scheduled, League of California Cities voting delegates that we do every year. And then our Public Works Department is going to provide a streets analysis, kind of in line with a lot of these conversations where costs of everything are going up. And so Public Works is going to be doing a street analysis report talking about the long-term plan for street maintenance and what our best estimates are of what that's going to cost and what we need to start thinking about how to pay for. So right now, those are the items currently scheduled for September 2nd, and that's all I have.
Great, thank you. We'll move on to council members' reports and comments. Councilmember Perez?
I do not have any reports at this time.
Okay, great, thank you. Councilmember Hernandez?
Yeah, I have a few comments regarding recent meetings. One was the RDP strategic planning meeting. An issue that came up that I need to share with council was that they're beginning to plan for their next DC trip. And I did mention that the port and the city were also planning a DC trip. And there is some confusion over one of the projects. So it's the water project. I think we were proposing a water the Pleasant Valley water project is one of the projects you were going to take to DC. Wasn't there a, I don't know if that's the correct name, but didn't we have a water project listed as?
I think there, so I think there's a grant we were working on trying to get, that the base has already provided a letter of support on. So there's a grant we're working on. I think we had talked about just looking for opportunities to try to advocate for the grants that we're working on. In that way, I think that might be one of the
What was the project? Was there a water project involved?
Yeah, I think
Pleasant Valley.
it's a grant for. I think it was more related to like the filters and equipment.
Okay.
So
I guess
I'm not sure what Pleasant Valley is.
okay, I'm sorry.
I'm not sure what I don't believe it's related to Pleasant Valley, but
Okay.
but I may be wrong.
Okay, so I just wanted to let you know that let's be really clear on the different projects, because RDP's promoting the United Water Project. So when you go to DC and you talk about the project you're promoting, let's make sure that they're distinguishable between the two, so we don't get them confused. That was the point I wanted to take away from that meeting. I did attend the air show. It was a really great event. I think they do a great job in putting together all the vendors and handling parking and everything. Parking was free. It was very easy in and out. I also attended the Channel Counties meeting. They're getting ready for their annual dinner. And then I attended the Board of Supervisors meeting last week in support of item number 69. I didn't get to speak because I didn't know that I was going to even be able to be there, but my plan is to speak on August 26th when they resume conversations and discussions on that item. That's all I have. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Mayor Pro Tem?
So I was out of town for the last 2 weeks, and I did prior to the county supervisor meeting, I did send my support to Supervisor Vianney Lopez, wishing I was there. So just to get that out. That's it.
Great, thank you, thank you. I too attended the Board of Supervisors meeting. I was actually downstairs in the room. I didn't even know what, the room was even down there. They told me to go downstairs in the L-Par room.
Yeah.
And I was like, is that the cafeteria? But anyway, so I actually met with my, the Air Pollution Control Board meeting, and we ran late. That's why the Board of Supervisors meeting ran late. And so I got an opportunity to sit and saw Councilmember Hernandez come in. Also attended the National Night Out here at the City Hall. It was a wonderful event. I participated this last week. The Navy League had their Coast Guard 235th birthday, so I was there and presented some certificates to the Coasties from the city, so had a good time doing that. On Saturday, I met with Supervisor Lopez. She's going around to parks in her district and meeting the community. So I was with her on Saturdays at Paletas in the park. Yes, and so we had a good time. There was a lot of people at Bubbling Springs Park. A lot of people out, and so got a chance to meet a lot of the community and introduce her to some of our community. So that was a great event. She had, I think, 3 or 4 of her folks from her office were with her, and so that was really nice. I'll be attending tomorrow the World Oceans Day Sustaining the Seas event that the port is hosting, and that's at the museum. Maritime Museum, I think it's
thanks
called.
for saying that, because I would.
Yeah, so I'll be doing that. It starts at 9:30 in the morning, and then it ends around 2 or so, 2:30. And then I'll be attending on Wednesday. The port is also hosting a military mixer. So I'll be going there, and we have a certificate from the city I'll be presenting. And then again, back, most of my committees have been dark. So I will be going back starting in the first week of September. So that is about it for me. So we'll move on now to requests for future agenda items.
I have a
Councilmember
request.
Perez.
It's not really an agenda, but it's a request to allow the recipient of the suicide proclamation to be Maya Zumaya. She's the one who requested the proclamation. So I guess our process is we have to get council approval for the recipient. We do?
We did not have a recipient for
Correct.
that one.
Yeah.
Okay.
So we're not approving the proclamation, we're just approving the recipient?
The proclamation's already been standard.
Yeah,
one that we
proclamation
do
is, we did
for
that
everything.
annual schedule, and the
thought.
proclamation's
We
on
just
that
didn't have a
schedule, but we didn't say who it was going to.
Okay.
And, yeah, and she emailed and asked for.
Oh, I saw the email, I couldn't understand. Okay, second.
Well, great. Madam Clerk?
All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Hearing none, motion passes unanimously.
Yeah, can I just say one thing really quick before we move on? So we talked earlier about during this agenda period, this time where we introduce things for future agenda items, and we generally just say what we want. Let's do A, and we say, oh yeah, let's do it, and then we come back with something. And we say, well, that's not what I thought it was. So as we move forward, it might be best if when we say, like you did, when we say what we want to bring as an agenda item, we also share the intent of that item so we all know what we're voting on. So when it comes back, we won't be surprised. Okay, great. Do you have anything?
Yes, I have a number of agenda requests. The first one is the banning the use of glue traps. We don't have anything in our ordinance currently that does that. If we could put that on an upcoming agenda so that we can discuss the use of glue traps and the dangers that it poses to wildlife, with the intent of adopting, updating or adopting a new ordinance.
Okay, I'm okay with that.
Can I get a second?
Second. Madam Clerk?
Who was the second? Oh, all in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Hearing none, motion passes unanimously.
Okay, the next item is an immigration initiative that looks at ways to support our immigrant families and includes training on Know Your Rights, policies and procedures for employees on how to interact with ICE while on duty, and law enforcement policies toward ICE. I'd like to have a discussion on what that immigration initiative might further entail.
Okay, is it a training or what?
It's an initiative that would include how we as a council can support our immigrant families, how the council feels that the city can support our immigrant families. And it would also include training on Know Your Rights for our residents, discussion on how we might do that for our residents, and then policies and procedures for employees on how to interact with ICE.
Any? Go ahead.
Yeah, I saw Moore Park in Camarillo, they brought in lawyers, you know, and they briefed the council.
Yeah, so we would host something similar to that.
Oh, okay, got it. So is there a second?
I'd second.
Okay, Madam Clerk?
All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Hearing none, motion passes unanimously.
All right, thank you. And then the last one is I'd like to look at creating an ordinance surrounding landlord harassment, similar to what's at the state level, based on the comments we heard during public comment.
Is there a second?
I second.
All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Hearing none, motion passes unanimously.
Thank you. That's all.
Okay, great. Yeah.
Yeah, so one of the public comments was talking about the parking lot at the beach. And after hours, there were, I guess, car racing, and maybe we should, I would like to make a motion to, for staff to brief us on the hazards of after-hour activities at the beach.
Second.
Yeah, Madam Clerk?
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Hearing none, motion passes unanimously.
I don't have anything to add. We go around again, anyone else? No? Okay. All right, so that concludes the future agenda items. So it is that time, it is now 10:58. Due to the upcoming holiday.
Can I ask one
Yes,
question?
you
Sorry,
can.
just because it's
Uh-huh.
before we close out.
Yeah.
So the ways to the idea of holding like a workshop like Moore Park had.
Hosting.
For the immigration initiative, I think it was called. So I just want to make sure I understand. So that's different from the request that we heard earlier today to have an item on the next agenda to support the county's initiative. So.
That is, and we should include that. 'Cause I think we
Yeah,
forgot
yeah.
about
Well,
that.
and so just timing wise, that part would need to go on the next agenda, but
So then-
holding a workshop takes more
Oh, yeah.
time.
So then move to approve the county's support
County's
Support.
initiative.
for the next agenda
On the
item.
next agenda. So we'll look at our agenda. And just for that reason, that was why I wanted to address it, because obviously, all these items can't fit on the next agenda, so that'll be the one that we try to get on the next agenda.
Well, without getting into discussion, the idea is it's talking about an initiative. This is Port Huenemi's initiative. One, we're going to support the county's Legal Defense Fund initiative. Two, we're going to host a workshop on Know Your Rights. Three, we're going to develop policies and procedures for employees on how to interact with ICE while on duty. Four, we're going to ask law enforcement to describe their policy for interacting with ICE. So that becomes our Port Hueneme initiative on immigration.
So I'm not familiar with like the phrase initiative and those requirements. Is that from another city? that
No,
we're
it's
following?
our own.
Okay.
It would be our own initiative.
Mhm.
There are others out there, but it's called the CARE initiative. But this would be our own. This would be Port Hueneme for our community. We can call it something else, but
Yeah.
initiative is what I came up with.
Yeah, and for me, it's
At this
just
time.
going back to the point the mayor made of making sure we all understand what the request is, because I'm not familiar with that, so.
It's new. I mean, I'm just saying, it's an initiative. Yeah, it's just, I don't want to call it a program because it's not long-term. It's just an initiative or actions that we're going to take together to support our immigrant community.
Yeah, and and I know we're not talking about this, but who else has an initiative that we can look at?
Yeah, I think that's what I was asking.
We
yeah.
can look at Ventura,
Okay.
Ventura's the only one that has
Yeah.
the CARES Act.
the CARES.
Okay, so just to confirm, we have Councilmember Perez's, and is there another one for the county?
Well, because of the timing.
I think hers is what she's talking about. She was talking about what's all encompassing and what she was discussing
Okay.
earlier, but we still need the separate one to be addressed at the next council meeting.
Yeah.
Okay, and you made that motion, but I didn't hear a second.
Oh, okay, sorry.
I think I seconded it, or it did.
I don't know that anybody did.
James brought it up.
Okay.
So we'll make a motion.
It has not
to-
been seconded.
Hold
Yeah.
on. Go ahead.
So the county one that I requested at the next council meeting has not been seconded.
Okay.
I'll
I'll
second.
second.
Okay.
Okay, Mayor Pro Tem Lopez second. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Hearing none, motion passes unanimously.
Thank you. Anything else? City Manager?
No.
Okay, great. Thank you guys for sticking around. Due to the upcoming holiday, Labor Day, the next regular meeting is scheduled for Tuesday, September the 2nd at 6:30. This meeting, it's 11:02. This meeting is now adjourned.